available to multiple AIs hooked up together or just shown pictures through its deep fake detector program that has never been wrong from unmanned Chinese probes of the lunar surface said they're absolutely real, and every Apollo picture was shown said a drop was taken inside the Dolphin Stadium. It's that simple. They didn't go to the moon where the people want to accept it. Remember.
I don't know why I'm just thinking about this. Isn't there a guy who's like living in Russia or living overseas right now that was a part of the Apollo program that they exposed some part of NASA's database that like proved that the moon landing wasn't real?
I haven't heard of that one.
Steve, remember this guy we were talking about the other day? Yeah, a Russian guy who, I don't know if he was Russian, but he was a part of NASA. He leaked some sort of something from NASA that proved that the moon landing was fake, and he basically left the U.S. because what he did was he leaked like confidential stuff that NASA had. Remember this? You don't remember this guy? I don't. Wow.
Well, we have Cyrus Eugene Akers saying the eyewitness to the moon landing fraud at Kennedy Air Force Base and murdered somebody to cover it up. We have the footage that says don't show to the public with the third track of audio of the CIA.
No, this was a younger guy, who was more, he wasn't actually alive during the Apollo days, but he, I guess, was working for NASA and found something and then illegally leaked it.
Before this interview today, I was rereading an email I got from someone who works on the Artemis project and whose father works on the Orion project. They both said the moon missions are fake, and they're working on Orion and Artemis. They just said it's fake. They sent the Orion spacecraft into the atmosphere, and they said it would have killed the moon. And there have been people inside of it. You see, coming from the moon, you have to go faster than just coming in from Earth orbit. Almost doubles the temperature. And they said they don't have the technology to protect people from re-entry from the moon. They just said that. And how did they do it in 1969 when the first attempt?
Also, one of the big things is that the temperature, which is crazy, the temperature in the light of the moon is 250 degrees Fahrenheit, approximately. And in the temperature in the shadow, which could be, 50 feet away, can be negative 200 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yeah, or more. Yes.
Or more.
It's about a 500-degree difference.
That's crazy.
So they claim that they were able to get that heat of 250 degrees in the lunar module down to 72 degrees with air conditioning from a bank of car batteries. So this is why they destroyed the schematics, because you can prove that's not possible.
So obviously they thought it made more sense to park the thing in the sunlight because it would be able to survive the heat better than it would be able to survive the cold.
Well, there's so many problems. Ron said in his book, Voyage to the Moon, not only would it take 3 rockets that would be 32,000% bigger than the Saturn V to go to the moon, he said every 24 hours there would be a 50% chance of a catastrophic failure from micrometeorites. In the moon, tens of thousands of them every second.
Right.
That you'd have to immediately go into a cave or an iron shelter to protect yourself. That never happened. You see.
Yeah, also, to me, it sounds like if they have batteries, I don't know exactly what kind of battery, I'm not a battery expert, but imagine they have batteries and they have electronic components. They're microchips, whatever the hell they were using in that later. It would be better to have it in a colder environment than it would be to have batteries in a 250 degree environment.
Well, they both are bad.
They're both bad. What's less bad for transistors and microchips work better in colder environments?
Here's the you asked what Elon Musk thinks. Okay, Elon Musk said it's a technological anomaly. Putting a man on the moon with one minute to drive yourself on. He says today you'll have to use 8 rockets minimum, and the NASA guy said up to 24. He also indirectly said the moon missions are fake because it took him 5 attempts with 600 million times the computing power of the lunar module to land a rocket vertically. You understand how difficult that is?
Yeah.
To land a rocket vertically with 6 rockets all around the side of the main rocket underneath, with 600 million times the computing power of the lunar lander. The first time he tried to land a rocket vertically, it blew up. Second time it blew up. Third time it blew up. Fourth time it blew up.
Right.
So how did they land the lunar lander 6 times flawlessly with 600 million computing power? So there he's saying again, the fact is Elon Musk needs NASA's cooperation to launch anything over 100 feet. and he's not going to bite the hand that feeds him. So he's playing ball. Now maybe he'll stop playing ball because the uh, Office of Government Efficiency, right? Pointing out fraud. Is there a greater fraud that the U.S. perpetrated than one that cost $250 billion to fake,
good point, Bart.
to fake the moon landing? I spent
Only convenient frauds, Bart.
yeah, well, they're afraid it might embarrass the United States for the right.
It would, of course it
But
would.
only temporarily. You have to think long term. If we don't tell the truth about it, then the evil people have won, and we're complicit with it, and we're telling lies to our school children and to college students. The fact is, if you want to gain public trust, you can actually do so by admitting the new language of faith. And rather than the Republicans fighting the Democrats, if Trump forced an Apollo astronaut to tell the truth, you would have Democrats and Republicans saying, we didn't realize it was that bad.
Trump probably doesn't have the need to know on that. He probably doesn't have the access to that.
Oh, I think he knows. Why do you think day one, right, January 21st, he insisted that the moon rock from the Oval Office be removed? Didn't want to have anything to do with it. Is that true?
It's true. He insisted the moon rock be removed.
Correct.
Find that, Steve.
Find it, Steve.
Speaking of moon rocks, what's the story of Von Braun going to Antarctica?
Yeah, I mean, one of the clips on my website is the fact that after a curator in the Netherlands watched a funny thing happen on the way to the moon, in his museum late at night, he opened a hermetically sealed container with the moon rock. So Neil Armstrong said he personally picked up a particular rock, personally put it in his pocket, and personally gave it to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. Pretty good chain of custody. They immediately put it in a hermetically sealed box, and a few years ago, they opened it up, put it under a microscope, and it's an out-of-this-world looking piece of petrified wood. NASA says no comment. No one asks if the moon rocks are fake. What about the moon mission? Yeah, 6 weeks before going to the moon for the first time, Von Braun takes a leisurely vacation to Antarctica, where there are all sorts of lunar meteorites on the surface. So they either faked the meteorites and turned them into moon rocks. They created them in a ceramics lab, which they could do. The fact is that the current moon rocks that China has analyzed have about 100 times more water in them than the Apollo rocks, because the theory was that they would be bone dry. So there's an inconsistency. China's rocks show about 100 times the amount of water parts per million in the Apollo rock. So what is that all about? You see, they kept pushing, revealing the truth into another administration, another generation, and now people are stuck with this truth. The smartest entity on Earth said the moon missions are fake because the pixels in the foreground and the pixels in the background don't line up and indicates a fake.
Talking about the AI.
The AI. So the truth is coming out. That's why they came up with this film recently. We faked some of the images, but we really went to the moon. The fact is, back in 1969, 10% of the public back then thought that they were going to fake the moon landing. So if you really went, the last thing in the world you would do would be to fake any of it.
Right, unless the radiation was going to damage all your film and your cameras. And you're like, we win, but we don't have any proof, so we got to have backup.
Well, they didn't have a problem with that, because during the alleged live landing, they just showed an Atari graphic. Why not have a camera on the side of the rocket and have it on 24/7, all the way from the Earth all the way down to the moon? They showed a simulation Atari little graphic during the landing. They didn't have a problem not having enough footage. And the fact is, we have a tape dated 2 days into the flight that shows the crew of Apollo 11 still in Earth orbit 2 days into the flight, faking being halfway to the moon.
Another interesting thing. How many cameras did they bring out to the moon when they went onto the surface?
Well, still cameras, they only brought one, which seemed kind of weird. And this is the alleged reason. I went to NASA's archive, which is literally a bank vault. And I said, the most famous NASA mission.
This must have been before you released any of this stuff, because now they got a restraining order against your ass.
So they went inside, and I said, the most famous mission, Apollo 11, first man on the moon. can you show me a picture of Neil Armstrong standing on the surface? There's 0 pictures.
Still photos.
Right. This is why he doesn't give interviews unless the president gets it. One of the last clips, if you want to find it, and a funny thing happened on the way to the moon on the homepage of surreal.com.
25th anniversary.
That's right. On the 25th anniversary, holding back tears, he said, maybe someday, with the high school students going through, you'll be able to remove one of truth's protected layers. So if I were going to the moon for the very first time, and it's my meteorites and the difference between light and shadow, I'd have a camera on both astronauts. But
Yeah.
he didn't want his picture taken. He didn't want to give any interviews. And the same with Michael Collins.
That's one of the craziest things about this. You are like a superstar for humanity. If you're the first human being to ever step foot on another planet, right? Like,
And he looks like
the fact that you don't do any interviews other than the press conference right after and the 25th year anniversary.
And at the press conference, he looks like he's at the funeral of his mother.
Yes.
To see, because he didn't want the lie. That's why he rarely gave it interviews. He didn't want the lie. And that's why on the 25th anniversary, if you want to cue it up toward the end of the funny thing happened on the way to the moon,
pull up that 25th year anniversary.
he says, perhaps someday you'll be able to remove your truth's protected layers.
Yeah, let's pull that up real quick. I also want to show you something. I got something. I want
Sure.
to show you the shelf.
Uh-oh. Toward the very end, just kind of scan it. You'll see him standing at a podium toward keep going forward, right there. Right there. So right there, that's the part that you should show.
This is allegedly, this was given to me by Brian Keating, who came on the podcast about a year ago. This is allegedly a piece of it.
Well, then he just violated federal law because you're not supposed to have a moon rock in your possession. And one of the things that's in my book is how a grandmother who had the tiniest fleck, the speck of a alleged moon rock in this solid plastic, wanted to sell it to help pay her mortgage. Mm-hmm. And she was surrounded by the FBI and held in custody without being allowed to go to the bathroom because she had a speck of a moon rock. Because it's a federal crime to be in possession of a moon rock. So either he violated the law, you're violating the law, or it's a fake moon rock.
Let's just go with fake. It's fake.
So here he is saying a cryptic remark to students going through the White House on the 25th anniversary. Okay. One of the first times he spoke in 25 years.
Today we have with us a group of students among America's best. To you, we say, we've only completed the beginning. We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protected layers.
He is.
What the hell? What does that even mean?
Well, if you analyze that speech, he's talking about this footage here that proves that they never left Earth orbit. That's supposed to be the Earth in space, but it's really a 1-foot model. And like I said, if any of it's fake, all of it's fake. If you look at the speech, it's the only part he had memorized and said, looking up
He wasn't reading it. Yeah, remove one of truth's protective layers.
And he's sniffling, meaning he's about to cry. Maybe someday these students in the future will remove one of truth's protective layers about the millennium problem. There's a layer of truth surrounding the Apollo missions. It's protecting the truth. You see? Maybe future generations can remove one of truth's protective layers about the millennium. You see? And that's unfortunately been my forte for the last several years. Why I made the movie, why I wrote the book, and why I am continually trying to get the truth to come out, because they sadly did take the millennium. And it's an important truth. If our country or the world ever wants to progress, it's like a cure for cancer. You can't cure our cancer unless we know it exists.
But another huge problem with it, if it was fraudulent and the whole thing was fake, if we do figure out how to get to the moon eventually, now you have to compound and cover up for the previous lie. Because now if we go to the moon again for real, right, and we show footage, we show photos, we show evidence of it, we have to make sure that corroborates everything that the fake thing we did back in 1969, make sure they both match up, right? We have to cover for that lie still.
Correct. Maybe that's why they're trying to skip it and go to Mars. But if they can't go to the moon, then how could they possibly go to Mars? You see.
Exactly.
So what they'll probably do is just keep postponing it. They postponed it 8 times, right? You realize NASA has never kept a schedule in their entire history, not a single time, except the most complicated mission of all time. That never had a schedule. They said in 2014, we're going to have people orbiting the moon. In 2018, they were 2 years behind schedule, and they only had mannequins orbiting the moon. They'll just keep postponing it until there's economic collapse, civil war, meteor strike, at which point no one's going to care who shot JFK or if they will.
When is the alleged next scheduled flight with astronauts to go at least orbit around the moon?
Well, that was scheduled 2 years ago.
Right,
and it didn't happen. I got an email from someone saying, Seymour, when they go to the moon, in 2 years. And that was 2 years ago, and they never did. I said, look, they're going to postpone it. They always do. They always postpone it because they can't do it. I mean, the South Pole has 100-mile-per-hour
This year,
winds.
September.
Oh, with people, right? Or is it going to be unmanned?
The next scheduled moon mission is the Artemis 2 mission, which NASA now targets for September 2025. This mission will be the first crewed Artemis mission around the moon.
Okay, so I'll bet you pretty much anything.
I'll bet you this fake moon rock.
Oh yeah, okay, I'll do it for the moon rock.
Perfect.
Okay, so if they don't, people around the moon in September, I get that moon rock.
Deal.
Okay, I'm looking forward to this.
We're going to come do a follow-up
Be
podcast.
sure to put that chain of custody correct.
Yes, I will.
Because you know what I'm going to do with it when I get it.
You're going to get raided by the FBI.
Yeah, you might get me there, Steve. So trust me, they will postpone it. They only have 2 choices. They're going to fake it or postpone it.
Or maybe they could go through the top of the radiation belt.
Well, they can't. That's why they're launching from Florida. They have to launch from the North Pole or South Pole. That's what Von Braun said.
Yeah.
To go around the radiation belt, you have to launch from the North Pole or South Pole.
The biggest problem now is not just the radiation, it's the fuel.
You don't have fuel. You have to have a space station first. That's where you have the fuel up there. You have to protect them from radiation. And once you land, you have to protect them from micrometeorites. You see, there's all sorts of problems. That's why the 2 people I spoke to who work on the Artemis and Orion project said they're there at NASA working on this. They said absolutely the moon missions are fake. I got emails from them. They work there.
What was the confusion during the press conference with Michael Collins talking about the stars? Because he was like, I think it was Buzz who said he didn't remember, or was that Neil Armstrong who said he didn't remember? And then Michael Collins was like, I never saw stars.
Right. Well, the fact is, you should be able to see beautiful stars, more beautiful than you've ever seen before from the surface of the moon. But they couldn't fake the astrological position of the constellations, so they were told, don't talk about it. And when the people say, well, why aren't there any stars in the picture? They say, well, the aperture was closed with a bright surface, and
that would make sense, right?
Not actually. They used to have on their website a picture of the space shuttle at sunrise, and it's pretty bright, and you still see the stars in the background.
Really?
Yeah, but you can't find that anymore. They took it off because it contradicts what they're saying. But the question is, why didn't they take any pictures of the stars by themselves? Why didn't they just point the camera up and open the aperture? Why did they take a car to the moon but not a telescope? Would you really drive miles away from support system? And if it breaks down, run out of oxygen before you can walk back? They can't fake the constellations. That's why they never took a telescope, you see. And if we were going to Paris, there'd be all these pictures of us with the Eiffel Tower behind us, right? According to the astronauts, the Earth was over the horizon the entire time. There's only one photograph of the Earth from the surface of the moon with an astronaut on it, and it's way high up, and it's smaller than a full moon from Earth. When according to their own testimony, it should have been over the horizon and 4 times bigger than a full moon. But they couldn't fake the turning of the Earth. They couldn't fake the cloud patterns, which would have to match. So they never talked about it. And in this particular clip, a reporter asked Neil Armstrong.
You're talking about a footage of the Earth from the moon.
Yeah, there's no picture of me posing with the Earth behind me.
No, there's no shot of an astronaut on the moon with the Earth in the background.
No, there's one flag allegedly taken on the last mission of a tiny blue Earth in the sky. And of course, it's smaller than it would be, and it was supposed to be over the horizon. That's a reenactment. That's actually a composite, not a real picture.
That would be the actual size of the Earth, right, from the moon.
Yeah, it would be huge.
Yeah,
and everyone would want their picture taken in front of them, right?
It would be essentially 4 times bigger than the moon. Full moon looks from here.
Correct. But they couldn't fake the rotation of the Earth. They couldn't fake the cloud pattern that would match the weather at the time. So they just didn't talk about it. And when a reporter asked Neil Armstrong about what was the stars like, was that incredibly beautiful? He says, I don't remember. And then Michael Collins, who wasn't supposed to have been walking on the moon with them, right? He was supposed to be orbiting while they walked. He says, to help them out, I don't remember seeing any. But he wasn't there. You get a printed transcript.
He was in the
command module, allegedly. So he tried to cover for that mistake and remind them that they were told that they're debriefing, which is you didn't see any, otherwise we have some pictures of which we couldn't fake. So he says to help him out, I don't remember seeing any, except he wasn't there.
How long after the mission was that press conference?
That was about 3 weeks. They were allegedly quarantined for fear of being germs, which everyone was like, they wouldn't be in it. They would die. But that was their debriefing and preparing. But if you also look at the press conference, there's 2 teleprompters hidden in the desk to remind the only people on Earth what it was like to walk on the moon. When someone asked them what it was like, they're looking at a TV program to tell them what it was like to walk on the moon. And then if you get the written transcript of it, which was the only thing available for decades before YouTube, they say that Michael Collins' remark, who said, I don't remember seeing any, they say Buzz Aldrin said that because they knew he misspoke.
Right. Did you have any trouble publishing your book or ever getting any of this stuff out? Did you have any pushback from like book publishers or from video publishers or anything like this?
No, they can't really take down my YouTube channel because that would just prove that I was right. But for example, the punch footage, which was my footage, my take, my camera guy, the punch, me being punched by Buzz Aldrin.
Oh yeah,
the famous viral video.
Right.
Okay, so I'm the guy who says we didn't go to the moon, and of course they have to put a description underneath to reassure people that we really did.
Right.
I have about, I think, 70,000 subscribers, and that clip has been up on my channel for about 7 years, and it has less than 500,000 views. On another person's channel who has less than 200 subscribers, because he thinks we really went to the moon and is making fun of me, they got 2 million views in 30 days. You understand
Really?
that? 200 subscribers, my video gets 2 million views in 30 days on his channel. That's $4,000 or more of ad revenue off of my clip because he says they went to the moon. I have 70,000 subscribers. It's been up for 7 years, and that's less than 500,000. So they're shadow banning it or whatever you want to call it.
Sure.
Now, when I found the footage of them faking being halfway to the moon, that day that I found it, which was June 30th, 1999, when I called up Bill Casey, super excited. Oh, we really didn't go to the moon. You're not going to believe this. It's like, well, Bart, I told you. I worked there for 6 years. I told you we didn't go. I'm like, no, you don't understand. They really did fake it. It's like, oh, Bart, I told you. It took me so long to finally admit it. That phone call was interrupted with the screech so that I couldn't talk to them. But as you saw from the book in the chapter called The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to CNN,
Right.
I was literally followed from church that night. They disabled my car as I pulled up alongside as someone followed me to get a look at them. My car just died. A military source I had since they zapped me with a EMP weapon or whatever. I'm literally being chased on foot by 3 other cars. I hire a cab to drive me with the secret footage to CNN, where I'm surrounded by government agents in Atlanta, Georgia, and they drug me to the point of vomiting, but I presume it's truth serum. I escaped their custody. I went back to Nashville and I told the NBC news director I got him because I beat him at gun. And I said, I'm going to prove I was illegally abducted and illegally drugged by the federal government. And so I gave it to a friend who put in a lab in his name. And after we met for lunch a few days later, I said, well, what are the lab results? I'm going to prove I was drugged by this exotic drug. He says, well, there was a problem at the lab. And I'm like, well, what problem? He said, well, we had a break-in over the weekend. And I'm like, well, so what? He said, well, funny thing, the whole thing stolen was your urine sample. And so they sent CIA agents actually into the lab over the weekend to remove my urine sample to prove that I'd been drugged and interrogated with true serum, when they wanted to know copies of the tape and all this kind of thing.
Why didn't they let you go? Why didn't they just
How you doing, girl?
And you have to get my book.
All right. Did you drink your water? Did you drink your water? Okay, drink your water, and I'm going to be here. I'm going to drink a whole glass of water. Okay, you want to know what I think you should do? This is what my mother would tell me whenever I didn't feel well. So drink a glass of water every 15 minutes. And by like 2 hours into it, you eat out everything that is in your body and you feel a lot better. So just look at the cup every 15 minutes. 8 ounces of water or 12 ounces of water or whatever your glass is, and you'll be okay. So that's one. How many ounces are in the bottle of water? Okay, 20. That's a lot. So you should drink probably 2 of those and out. So you should drink one of those every 30 minutes. Yes. And you'll have to go to the bathroom. Excellent, but it's not just one time. You got to do it for like 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, and you'll literally flush your system. Have you ever had an IV in you? Okay, if you've ever had an IV in you, what IV does is it flushes out your system. You have to pee a lot. And that's basically the same thing, but not as drastic. You just drink a lot of water. But a lot of times what people do is they'll be like, okay, I'm going to drink all this water, and then they don't have any fortitude. They don't continue. You want to just continue. Every 30 minutes, you just make sure that bottle is there. And it's not like it's so much water that you're going to drown yourself, or it's just more water than you normally would drink, but not enough to hurt. Yeah, but I mean it's not a lot of water. Like when they talk about hydrochlorosis or whatever it is that kills you, they're talking about drinking gallons of water. That's not what we're talking about. And they talk about doing that. It's just kind of almost an uncomfortable amount of water because you have to pee so much. But then you watch in like 3 hours of doing it, you're like, man, I feel back to normal. 100% right, man. No, you have to drink 2 of those bottles of water now. let's talk this out. You got the bottle. Every 30 minutes, you need to drink a bottle of water. Every 30 minutes, you need to drink your bottle of water. Yes, you do. Exactly. It's not that much. I'll do it with you. Here, I got a cup right here, and this is a 12-ounce cup right here. I'll do it with you. I'll kill afternoon with you. Okay, and that's 20 ounces. Okay, excellent. We'll go refill it or go get another bottle. Go get your other bottle of water. Or fill that one up with water all the way. I'll drink it with you. Okay, you take care of all your needs, and then when you're ready, you tell me. All right. Excellent. All right, are you ready? No, just drink whatever with which you're comfortable, and I will do the same. And then you get your little timer, and then you just got to make sure that you drink the rest by the end of the timer. 30 minutes. Okay? All right, here we go. Down the hatch. What time? There you go. All right, go do what you need to do. 30 minutes. You got to make sure that bottle's done. You're going to have to go to the bathroom a lot, so be ready. But your skin will be rehydrated. You got it, man. Your skin will be rehydrated. Your organs will be rehydrated, and you'll just feel normal. All right. Come back and let me know when you're back. And that's another thing too. You're taking antibiotics, so those dehydration really can get up all the mucus and stuff. But this will help to just rehab you. Welcome, Adam. I'm going to tell you what, yeah, you sounded the worst about 36 hours ago or so. You did not sound good. And then yesterday you did not sound good. But at 4 in the morning, you sounded great. Or I guess it was like 7 in the morning. You sounded good. And then now you sound good again. You're welcome. That's exactly right. Exactly. It cools you off. Right? You can check it 10 times a day. It doesn't matter. You can check it once you do one. You had a 97, which means you don't have a fever, and that's fine. Keep drinking your water. Flush your system. Well, if you feel hot, go take your temperature. All right, well, okay. Well, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't cost anything. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, that's what you should be. The average human temperature is 98.6 degrees. So you're actually a little low. That's okay. That's fine. Like 97 is a little low. 98.6 is what you want. But it says that means you don't have a fever. So that's good. It's a really good sign. If it were 99 or 100, that's good, or higher, that's what we worry. All right, did you drink your water? Did you drink your water? I know, take another sip. There you go, chug, 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 all the way, 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 yay! Good job. All right, so now you don't have to drink anymore for another like 26 minutes or so, 27 minutes. 26. All right, go do what you need to do. Well, before you do that, fill up your water so you're ready for the next round. I'll go do the same. Well, it depends. I mean, it's not going to get that cold over the course of 30 minutes. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do the second. I'll be right back. So if you want to know the best way to do this, is to do it on the hours. So like it's going to be 2 o'clock where you are, right? In like 9 minutes. So then just drink your water from 2 to 2:30, and then refill and 2:30 to 3. That way it's easier. Then you're not dealing with, you know what I mean, the 16 and all that. It's just rounded. So in 9 minutes, start drinking that other water. Okay. All right. Absolutely. I just filled up my water, and I'll start drinking it in like 8 minutes. You got it. We're gonna get really hydrated. Excellent. Let's excellent. Let's see it.
Like I said, I read it, came with a friend. I go into great detail, it's not in the movie, how 2 good guy government agents literally were sent to protect me. And
Yeah, so you somehow ended up in a mental hospital.
that's right, because as they were illegally arresting me and drugging me, a lawyer from the back alley of CNN came out, and I saw this sign said lawyer. I'm like, hey, I'm being illegally arrested here. And he gets out his notepad, and the government agents are freaking out that now they have to deal with him. And so if a person is arrested, they have to go.
Did they read you any rights or anything?
Well, if you're arrested, you have to go before a judge within 48 hours. You can never be charged again. You have the right to an attorney, right to a phone call, right to all these things. But if you're arrested for being crazy, and mind you, during the last 3-year little episode of You Know What, doctors were being arrested for being crazy in Europe for saying maybe something's awry here, maybe certain medicine is good for you, then you don't have any rights. And instead of being able to lock you up for 2 days, they can lock you up for 10 days. You don't have a right to a lawyer. You don't have a right to a phone call. And so that's what they tried to do. And in the process of this is what I escaped and where I met 2 government agents who were there to protect me. All of this is detailed. It would make a feature film of itself. In my chapter, a funny thing happened on the way to CNN and a funny thing happened on the way to church. Where the day I found footage that proves, according to the NBC news director, that the moon missions were fake, I was abducted by government agents given true serum to the point of vomiting. And if it weren't for a lawyer stepping out serendipitously during this illegal arrest, I may not be here today to tell you about this. And that good guy government agents were sent in to protect me. All of this is detailed in my book at Sabrell.com.
And these guys visited you in the mental hospital.
That's correct.
And they didn't tell you anything about where they were, who they were, where they were from.
They gave me a couple of clues because basically, when I was first, abducted, they probably were just going to kill me, throw me on some train track, and
Sure.
letting the train kill me. But the lawyer walked out. When the lawyer walked out, so they took me and put me in a mental ward. I was told I was going to be there for 10 days. And this was a pretty modern, mental hospital, whatever, in Atlanta. And so they had a courtesy phone. So I have all these numbers memorized in case of an emergency at a dial long distance. So I'm calling the news director of NBC, the executive producer of the Moon film. And while I'm on the phone, I hear drilling on the other side of the wall. They're literally trying to pull out this CIA agents dressed as phone company guys. And then simultaneously, I get a tap on the shoulder saying that you're being immediately transferred. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. This nurse who I trusted, she said I was going to be here for 10 days. So I went to her and I said, who made this decision to transfer me immediately? She says, some new doctor. Today is his first day. So they sent in phone company guys who literally yanked the wire out of the phone that I was using to call the executive producer of the news director of NBC. And they sent in someone posing as a doctor to have me transferred to the prison for the mentally insane. And it was during all of these adventures that 2 guys came in the middle of the night and they said, Mr. Sabrell, we want to talk to you. And I'm like, I'm all theirs. But they said, not in your room. A mental patient there had left an electronic device in my room. I pointed it out to the one of the male nurses there removed it. And so they took me in the middle of the night, 1:30 in the morning, to, I think, the employee cafeteria. They were wearing hospital scrubs, like nurse scrubs. But the place was so modern, no one there actually wore hospital scrubs. They wore their street clothes. So they guessed wrong. You see, they weren't from that place, but they tried to look like they were, and they made a mistake on their wardrobe choices, right? And they were genuinely concerned for my well-being. They said things like, "Mr. Sabrell, we're all rooting for you. You're doing good. Hang in there." And I'm thinking, that's kind of weird. And they asked me, what medicine did they have me on? And I'm thinking, well, if you work here, then you know what medicine you have me on. They took my blood pressure. They were generally concerned for me. One of them had on a watch, and it said United States Marines. I think they were with what's called the MCIA, Marine Corps Intelligence Activity Department. They were sent in to protect me. I think there's literally good guys and bad guys in an under-the-radar civil war. 3,000 architects and engineers say a pinhole airplane can't bring down a skyscraper. Just look at Oklahoma City bombing, half the building blown away, right? Mm-hmm. Somebody has access to direct energy weapons or explosives. We're bad guys in the government. There are good guys in the government trying to counter them. There were bad guys who faked the moon landing, threatened my source and his family with death for telling me his father saw them fake the moon landing. And there are good guys who were sent in to protect them. Some from the FBI, some from the United States Senate Intelligence Committee. Same with me. I found proof that we didn't go to the moon. I'm getting advice from my church elders what to do. I literally followed from church. I get behind the guy, followed me, pull up alongside of him. I'm zapped. I'm literally being chased on foot. I hire a cab to drive me to Atlanta, where I'm surrounded by government agents who would have killed me until a lawyer walked out. So they put me in a place where I don't have legal rights to a lawyer, whatever. And then good guys, Marines, come in to make sure I'm doing okay. So as best as I can tell, there's a literal civil war going on. So the reason why I changed my mind, remember, I didn't want to make this movie for fear I could be endangering my life. Then I realized, Danny, you see, I'm going to die here. And this is worth dying for. Our founding mothers and fathers, after 5 people were killed at the Boston Massacre, said that's enough. We're not going to put up with this anymore. Where are the people who are that loyal to what is right in the federal government? There needs to be a general amnesty to all the Apollo astronauts, whoever did 9/11, whoever did JFK. If you come forward and tell the truth, we will give you a pardon, we will protect you. We have to have a house cleaning. You can't have a house cleaning until you take out the trash. And the way you take out the trash about a lie is you tell the truth about it. And the most powerful tool that Trump can use to bring down the corruption is to show the American public that they were treated as suckers about the moon landing fraud. And he'll have both the
Yeah. Keep it up. All right, you've got 30 minutes to finish that bottle. 30 minutes. You got it. You don't have to drink it. You don't have to drink it all right now. Just take big gulps and it'll be done. Gotta get rehydrated. That's right. I'm gonna be peeing all afternoon. So you're back to normal. Exactly. I'm not peeing after that. So it's on your face. You're welcome. What's wrong? Yeah, don't do that one. Just do ones that you have a reading. What you can do, if you like, if you prefer to drink out of that, is just take your bottled water and pour it in the McDonald's cup. There you go. All right.
Bill Maher and Glenn Beck united and say, look, something's wrong here. And don't be afraid. The truth will make us free, which means lies keep us enslaved.
Yeah, the idea of coming clean and then being fake, it doesn't seem like there's, I don't know.
But so,
Maybe there's no upside to any of this stuff. Like Trump's been saying he's going to fix the JFK files.
I said that last time and didn't do it.
He said it last time. Yeah, he did. And when it comes to like the JFK files, I think the majority of Americans can paint the picture of what happened with the JFK thing. I mean, there's been enough documentaries and books and stuff written about the truth of what happened with JFK. There's not. I think it's the vast majority of people who know that there was some sort of conspiracy, but it's not like that, which is so crazy.
Well, the rebuke of the Tower of Babel was known to the world. The rebuke of the Titanic, that boasted to be the ship that God himself could not sink, was known to the world. But this has not been publicly known yet, I believe, so that when the truth comes out, it will be shocking. You see, I'm not a rich man. I spent virtually all the money I had in the bank sending out copies of my book to everybody in the new administration, their deputy chiefs of staff, the CIA director, FBI director, everybody I could possibly think of. I don't vote. I don't get involved in that mess. I pray for all people, whether they're Republican or Democrat. I wish them all the best. Like I said, Trump.
Okay, what do you want? What's high? You want? Oh, you want lo-fi girl? You can do lo-fi girl. Lo-fi girl's in here. She's yeah, I have a Discord for her. I haven't checked on her in a long time. Yeah, lo-fi girl and lo-fi boy. Look in below where it says 24/7 radio station. What do you mean? Do I know who? Do anything? Oh, okay. Yeah, she has a really good one. Yes, ma'am. I am. Yeah, so sometimes I just check to make sure that the servers are working, like the bots in the servers are working, I should say. Drink your water. Drink your water. Excellent. Excellent. Good job, Mrs. Perry. You know that Lo-Fi Girl has her own server, like a big one? Yeah, it's discord.gg/Lo-Fi, and they're like 800,000 people. Yeah, they do more like study. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. That's a good question. She normally would just play on her own, but she seems to be definitely not exactly sure. That's what I'm trying to figure out. You can go to the other ones and they play, but maybe no. Go to medieval lo-fi or ancient lo-fi. Welcome. How are you, Brad? What's good? How you living, big dog? Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Well, first may I ask, did you find about me from Blue Sky? Oh, how did you find out about me, Brad? Oh, you saw me on YouTube. Okay, very cool. Well, Brad, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream on like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. Brad, have you ever seen the television show Big Brother or the movie The Truman Show? Excellent. Well, that's what I do. I do it for World Peace. I don't know where anywhere in the world. I talk about things that aren't generally discussed in society, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that is worth about $500 million, and one of the things we do is we build wealth in developing nations like Nigeria. I want to keep those positive programs going. I'm an advocate for light straw technology, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination. Go ahead. You want to make fonts, you said? Okay, like fonts like for Taik? Okay, all right, certainly. Are you on Fiverr? Okay, so create a Fiverr account. What is your career? What are you good at? Okay, all right. But do you do like graphic design or coding or project management, anything like that? That's okay. You could be a sports influencer. Do you do you have a YouTube channel? All right. Well, that's a quick. You create one right now. Walk you through all the steps. You create a YouTube channel. You have a TikTok. Okay. It would be best for you to have like to focus on one thing. So you like football. You like soccer, right? Okay. Excellent. So what you want to do is create on the major platforms. Let's come up with your name. What kind of soccer do you? What kind of football do you? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So what we can do, we can go to some. There's a website called Name Checker, and we can see where your username is available on different platforms. So just one moment, we'll check it right now. No, I'm not doing that because that's not what I do. Okay, that's cool. I can help you with your career. I'm not going to give you money though. If you want money, go find someone else. If you want help with your career, I'll help you with it. No, I'm giving you $0. Okay, so I'm going to give you $0 right now. In the future, I may be able to give you a lot of money, but right now, I can't give you anything, so I'm not going to. So what you want to do is we're going to get you a good username, set of username for YouTube and Instagram.
Bill said he was going to tell the truth and didn't. He has one more chance. And I don't care whether it's Republican or Democrat, I'm praying for the truth to come out. It will be an eye opening experience. See, I was in Berlin when the wall was up. I know what that's like. I helped somebody escape from the KGB when I was there. And when that wall came down, I couldn't believe it. Imagine right now, Dan, imagine right now. Steve's coming running in here. My wife said, you got to stop. You got to turn on the TV. And one of the Apollo astronauts is confessing, I'm sorry. We did film in the Cannon Air Force Base. We did kill people. I'm so sorry. The world would be dead soon. You would go, wow, has it gotten that bad? Yes. The only problem is this is sweet lie. It's Santa Claus for adults. People need to love the truth. One of the quotes at the end of the first chapter says the bitterest truth is better than the sweetest lie. And then we have a quote from Mark Twain that says it's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. And we have a quote from Carl Sagan, who I got an email, and the person said he's talking about the moon landing fraud in a politically correct way. He says once people have been bamboozled enough, it's hard to convince them that they have been bamboozled. The lie has captured them. It's almost impossible to convince them that they have been lied to and that they get got. And that's the moon landing fraud. But most people are open-minded. I think both Bill Maher and Glenn Beck would admit it. If it came out, if an Apollo astronaut said so, they'd say, wow, I guess I was wrong about that.
Has there any been? Everyone's heard the conspiracy that Stanley Kubrick helped film the footage. Is there any hard evidence to him having any involvement in this at all?
Well, personally, I don't talk about it in my book or film. I think it's irrelevant. What's relevant is they did fake it. That's the most important thing. Now, if you want to speculate, because they faked it, they had to have someone in charge of the fake pictures. So they had two choices. They could hire the general of the media department of the Pentagon and get great security and amateur results, or they could hire the best filmmaker on the planet, who, in the same year that the moon landing was filmed, 1968, was shooting a film about going to the moon. And if you made them look different, you say they don't make the moon landing pictures look real. Later, Stanley Kubrick was given the most advanced film lens on the planet, manufactured by NASA, so that he could shoot by candlelight in the area of the day. And then in the film The Shining, the little red rum boy has a hand-knit shirt, Apollo 11. And then his last film, remember? Eyes Wide Shut. Seeing the wrinkles in the guy's spacesuit, and there shouldn't be any wrinkles at all, but we don't see it. He insisted contractually that film open on the 30th anniversary of the launch of the moon.
Did he really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Eyes Wide Shut. He insisted it debut on July 16th, 1999, in the contract, and it came to fruition even after he was dead because of the contract. So either he knew or he had something to do with it. He also developed a fear of it with his United States after that time as well. His daughter says, dear old dad wouldn't do such a thing. She says I was 8 years old at the time. Actually, she was 7. And what my parents did at a cocktail party after we went to bed, we have no idea doing.
What it would take for the public to wake up to this and be kicked in the teeth, for lack of a better word, or lack of a better analogy, to take this stuff more seriously? Because you've been working on this for your whole life, right? You've been talking about this since you were in your teens, right? So, or Stelly's studying it, and you're the number one guy. You're like the father of this moon landing conspiracy, other than Bill Casey. He's like the grandfather of this, like this whole investigation. And it's you two that have been pushing this to the forefront forever, and there hasn't really been any other evidence provided by anybody who has come out as like a quote unquote whistleblower or anything. But have you put, like, how much thought have you put into, like, what would actually get somebody in the government to, like, somebody like Elon, for example, to push this forward, to get people in maybe Congress to take this more seriously?
Well, the reason why, in my opinion, people were willing to die in 1772, I think was the year of the Boston Massacre, where they said that's it, and not now, is that no one believes in God anymore like they used to, which is really a fundamental belief in right and wrong. And even if there is no God, do we want to be historically remembered as the cowardly? There's a long list of sins that it says in the last chapter, or second last chapter of Revelation, that if we continue living this ungodly way, we won't inherit eternal life. And the very first one is the cowardly. Think about that. During this little event for the last 3 years, millions of people took a medicine for an illness they didn't even have. Why did they do that? For fear of death. And the scriptures say that what you fear will come upon you. Do you see that? And so people aren't willing to die for what is right. But we're going to die anyway. That's what I realized. You might as well, if I'm going to die anyway, wouldn't it be better to die for a just cause and be remembered for that? And there is a titanic struggle between right and wrong. And that quote about the Tower of Babel, the monument to their pride became a memorial of their folly, that could be said about the moon landing. We can trust the government again if we tell the truth about the worst thing that the government has done. That actually will restore trust. That will actually unite both of the parties against corruption when they are shown that the moon landings are fake. All they have to do is pry an astronaut to come forward, or just release the CIA files, or have the president declare it and have congressional investigation. People, the evil people will run for the shadows if the truth about the moon landing fraud comes out. There's no better tool than to end corruption than to disclose that they fake the moon landing. Start with the worst of the worst. Start with the most shocking. And then people can start trusting the government again, but not until.
Do you think, I know Rogan was trying to get somebody to debate. Do you think that'll ever happen?
I think the guy who you said gave him the moon rock, what's his name?
Cheating?
He's the guy who wanted me to debate him.
Really?
Yeah. So Rogan sends me an email, hey, I want you to debate this guy, Keating or whatever. I haven't heard from him ever since. He took me out to dinner like in 2001 when the film first came out. He heard about it. And it's like, what can I do? I know we didn't go to the moon. What can I do? And when I did that exhausting 3-hour interview, yours is less exhausting.
With Rogan?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
well, he has a huge audience, and he has to be accountable, and he has to sort of play the middle ground.
Yeah, well, he told me on the break, the reason why I'm doing it this way, trust me, there's a new generation of people.
Does he get it?
And I didn't think he was right, but now I do. Now I realize I think he was right, because I get emails from people saying, the Rogan interview is what convinced me.
Right.
And I didn't see what he was doing. I'm confused. It's like, I acted like, believe the real part. But he's very strategic.
Yeah.
And he's older and wiser than me. And so it ended up being the right way to do it. And at some point,
2, and I have had to go to the bathroom. That's how you do it, though. Yes, ma'am. You want lo-fi? You want a room in here? Most certainly. You can create your own if you want. It's just below here. It says join to create voice channel. Yeah, she can join. You just write / and then you just click join for both of them. It's like it's not more complicated than this. Oh, lo-fi girl's working. Did you hear her? Absolutely. She's absolutely. She's one of the most popular YouTube channels. People just go in there. She's got thousands of people watching her stuff. It's on YouTube. I love that girl. How many people? How many people are in there? Yeah. Do you want to know something really interesting, though? Okay, so she's one of the most popular YouTubers. She's just some robot that just plays that music. And she got copyright strike for her own music. And they took down her account Yeah, that's how strict they are. They took down their whole account, and the internet got really upset because obviously, like, they like that music, and it's just something that, like, there are people who are like, I spent 4 years of college listening to this whenever I needed to study. How dare you take this person down? All that other stuff. And she, they were like YouTube came back and be like, oh, sorry, it was a mistake, and they brought her back. But I just think it really think that, even she, who's a robot who doesn't do anything controversial, gets her account taken down. Yeah. Yeah, and I have a local boy one too. I just gotta get help. Asian one. And oh, those five boys working together. He plays synth too. He plays synth too. He's right above. Oh no! In my Discord. That's interesting.
Point you have to commit to the right side. I don't think when he had Robert Malone on there for 3 hours, he took the pharmaceutical company side for 3 hours. I don't think so. We have to take a side eventually. We've heard their side for 55 years. We know what their side is. Let us talk for 55 years. Then we'll have equal time. I'm really not interested in debating anybody. I would do it as a favor to him, and Lex Friedman asked me to do it, and I agreed to do it with him. But that to me is like debating if the sky is blue. The sky is blue, don't it?
You like that one? Same here. Yeah. Do you have an Android or iPhone device? Okay. Do you have an Android device? No, that's fine. I get it. Um, it's easier to do with an Android device. It's like not really complicated. Do you have a computer? Good for you. 5 more minutes. All right. Yeah, same here. That's gonna happen. Yeah, pretty badly. And I'm gonna have to go against them. You're good. That's right. That's right. That's what you want to do. That's right. Okay, just one moment. Yeah, I'm ready. All right. Let's do it. You really begin to go and walk on that. Great, Abby. Good for you. That's right. Welcome. How are you, Cloud? Who's your girlfriend? How are you, Cloud? How'd you find out about me, friend? I don't know, my friend. What's going on in your life? What's good? What's not happening? We're not good. What's going on? What's good in your life? All right. What kind of numbers? Feel that, no. We're watching a podcast. Feel free to
Debate it. Plus, these people he's putting up, or Lex will put up, they're the victims. Well, not the perpetrators. You understand? Put up NASA administrator and put up a line Apollo astronaut like Charles Duke, who has the audacity to say it's a Christian.
That would be mind blowing.
But what I really be debating is the victims of the crime. It's like people who are by their by a scoutmaster, and because their psychology is so twisted, they're defending the scoutmaster. Those are the people they put up, the victims of the deception. I don't want to debate the victims. I want to debate the perpetrators. Put up NASA administrator, assistant NASA administrator, Apollo astronaut. They'll have a debate, but they'll never do that because I'm doing it.
Yeah, but I mean, I think one of the main reasons that people want to do that, that they want to do that, and I think it's important that happens because to give you like an idea of some of the people that go on the internet these days that claim they have the absolute truth, and they talk about things with absolute 100% conviction on stuff. Most of those people are full of shit. I don't think you're full of shit, but you do talk about this stuff with absolute 100% conviction, which I can see how some people get rubbed the wrong way.
Yeah, but that's only after 30 years.
Sure.
A slow process of peeling the onion, going from being the biggest fanboy to the biggest critic. It wasn't overnight. I was like Steve. He sees shadow intersecting, and he still wants to say sunlight can do that, even though he can't reproduce it. I was with you, Steve. I still said the moon missions were real until I see them faking being halfway to the moon with the one-foot model. If I can go from being the biggest fan to the biggest critic, it's not something I say lightly. Once I see them faking being halfway to the moon, that means they didn't go to the moon. Shadows intersecting. They cannot be duplicated in sunlight. They didn't go. It's the first time a technological milestone couldn't be replicated 50 years later when it should be 1,000 times greater 50 years later. You see? And we have an eyewitness who confessed to a homicide that covered up. How much more proof do you need? It's only the fact that it's a sweet lie that people don't want to give it up, and it involves their pride, and it involves the God of science. Fortunately, the Messiah of science, AI, just said that the missions are fake, so it's over.
And what specific AI was this again?
This is Google's neural network. Go to my website, Zero.com. At the bottom, there's a link to the article. This is an AI that's not available to the public. It's multiple AIs hooked up together that for 3 days, VIPs in Moscow, who was one of them, was allowed to play with. One had to write a symphony, it took 2 seconds. One had to write a novel based on its plot points, it took 2 seconds. It has a deepfake detector program that has never been run. They fed it a video of Biden or Trump that's deepfake. The text says in 2 seconds. So they fed it pictures from the unmanned Chinese probes that won't die from radiation. And it said this is a real picture of the lunar landscape. In comparison, they showed it an Apollo picture, one after another, of lunar landscapes. It says fake photograph, fake astronaut. One even said it's a miniature. It's not even a real big landscape. It's a miniature astronaut doll, and that the footprints are not the way a human would walk in the state.
See, can you find the article on the Google Neural AI and find any kind of external source to this?
Well, yeah, there's a video of it. Go to Sabro.com.
I mean, it's like
No, we have the video of Putin being shown. Play the video. It's on my website. Or it's one of my links at my YouTube channel. We have Putin being shown. I didn't produce the video. It's independent. Putin is being shown the video of the AI concluding the moon missions are fake because it looks at that.
Yeah, see if you can find this. Have you thought about or done like the mental exercise of hypothetically what it would take, what kind of information that would come out that it would take to change your mind back to the moon landings being real?
Well, I've already been converted.
No, I mean to be converted back. Do you know what it would take to convert you back to believing that the moon landing did actually happen?
Well, I don't know why Apollo 11 is still in orbit 2 days after the launch when they're supposed to be walking the next day, and the moon travel is supposed to be 3 days away. You don't want to go by Google's.
This is Brave browser.
Yeah, but the point is, this is an article saying, well, Google didn't really need it. What we need
Is that what this says?
yeah, we need the video of it that shows the AI being shown the conclusion, and the video of it's at my website. Scroll down. There's a link to it.
Okay, let's see what this says first, just to see what their argument is, and then we'll look at that video. So this is the Space Coast Rocket website. Google's AI technology analysis suggests Apollo 11 moon landing photos are fabricated. Let's read the first paragraph. A recent development in the ongoing debate over the authenticity of the U.S. moon landing photographs has emerged. Fueled by artificial intelligence, during the world tour of artificial intelligence event in Moscow, Russian President Vladimir Putin was presented with an AI analysis suggesting that the images of the U.S. astronauts landing on the moon might not be genuine.
And look at the next clip.
The video is removed.
Look at that. Not only is the video not available, the one showing
the
this,
account has been
the
terminated.
account has been terminated. Go to my website. I have a screenshot that says when you click on the original Russian article, okay, the original Russian article, it's scroll down and then breaking, click on that, and there's a video of it. There's a link to the video. And there's a screenshot that says if you click on the original Russian article that shows that the AI said the moon missions are fake, you'll be associated with child It's in the video portion of it. So go to my YouTube channel, which is linked at the bottom. Bart's YouTube channel. And then one of those videos near the top will say AI says the moon missions are fake. Keep going down. It's under Bart's moon landing film. Say AI. Just have an AI search. Yeah, there you go. No, the next one. Second one. Advanced AI. Okay, third one. Third. Okay. Then scroll forward somewhere in here. I did a screenshot of that original link, which shows that the warning. So basically, the original article came out in Russian because it was a Russian event about the food listing. And then the original article, if you copied and pasted and put it into Google Translate, it wouldn't even translate. You understand? And then there's a screenshot here of it saying that click on the original link to the Russian article that says the AI says the missions are fake. Could be associated with chop.
How far into this video do we have to go?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it here. I might have still started.
And when did this happen?
This was a little more than a year ago.
A little more than a year ago.
Yeah.
Okay. So
and it's never covered by our team. In fact,
they wouldn't want to do it because you're thinking they want the blackmail. They don't want to.
They've made an agreement, just like my friend of the Chinese Space Agency, not to publicly say the moon missions are fake in exchange for who knows what. And China, it's in exchange for space technology that Congress didn't give them. And Russia, who knows why. He doesn't look surprised and he looks scared that the truth might come out. So,
did you see that video of the press conference of the head of NASA when they were asking him about the Chinese that were going to the dark side of the moon, map the dark side of the moon? And they were asking the head of NASA if we're going to be doing the same thing, sending probes to the dark side to map it and figure stuff out, and what the Chinese are doing. He said, no, we have no reason to do that.
well, that guy, I think his name was Bill, he said back side of the moon is dark all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Same like the front side, it's dark and light every 14 days. So the administrator of NASA doesn't even know that there's light and dark on the back side of the moon. And then recently, there was a Chinese congressman saying, and I'm not sure where the clip is, but it's probably out there somewhere, a congressman said, I think about 2 months ago, we need to beat China to the moon. And I think it's during that UFO disclosure clip.
So you're saying that the dark side of the moon is not always dark?
Well, they call it the dark side of the moon because it's the same side of the moon faces the Earth the whole time.
Right, exactly.
But all the moon has a night and day that's 14 days long and it constantly changes. Just like our Earth goes like a day in 24 hours. The moon does it every 14 days.
But the same side of the moon always faces the other way.
Correct, but both facing side and the side away from the Earth have light and darkness
Correct.
the same amount.
Right.
The NASA administrator didn't even know that. So it says here, you are trying to access a URL that is suspected of child or exploitation material.
We will initiate decryption of traffic for possible content and block access as mandated by the Public Act number 9775 or the Anti-Child Act of 2009. Otherwise, traffic will then be re-encrypted and sent to destination. By proceeding with this session, you are aware and agree that this action will give us access to your data, i.e. source IP address, destination IP address, and destination URL. Would you like to proceed?
So I know it's BS, and I'm afraid to go there.
Now, this was on what website?
This was when you clicked on the original URL to their story in Russia.
Yeah.
That the AI said that the moon mission was fake.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's what it says. It says, don't go to the article that says the AI is fake. On RT, I've left comments. I leave about 1 or 2 comments a year on RT. And after this came out, I went to an article that was about AI. You know, some AI story on RT. And I left just a little comment. What about the story about the AI with Putin there declaring that the moon missions are fake? The comment was removed every single time. So they won't even allow a comment there. You see?
Yeah.
So according to my source in the Chinese Space Agency, everyone knows the moon missions are fake. They teach it in school that the moon missions are fake, but they're blackmailing NASA. You see? So the Chinese government never officially said the moon missions are real. The Russian government never said they were real. But they're also not saying they're fake in exchange for blackmail. In the case of China, for technology that Congress forbid them to receive according to congressional law, so the CIA is breaking the law. And who knows what Russia is blackmailing us for. Did Nixon visit Russia and China around that time? Did he give sales to the mortal enemy in Russia below cost? Didn't he suck up to the Chinese leader also during the Apollo program? See, I think they found out that they're blackmailing us, which is a much better use of the information than just putting it out.
I mean, the moon landing was such a fundamental pillar of America for the last 55 years. I mean, it's been taught in schools. It's in all the libraries. It is literally woven into the fabric of our being. So to knock out those legs from under America, I can't imagine how catastrophically embarrassing that would be.
Yeah, but what's the alternative? Either we perpetuate a lie and we tell elementary school children and college school children that they went to the moon in 1969 with one universal cell phone, even though today they cannot go 1,000 of the distance. We keep perpetuating that lie, right? Which is the evil people winning, which is their lives winning. Or we admit our mistakes. Kennedy was the most popular president of all time because he admitted his mistakes. Gulf of Tonkin, later, that was during Johnson, who faked the moon landing. But Kennedy said about the Bay of Pigs, it's my fault. He had another mistake, it's my fault. So telling the truth about the moon landing lie is what will restore trust in the American government. It will stop this division between blue and red, because after all, Democratic Johnson was supervising the moon landing. He was there, came in Air Force Base, according to our eyewitness, and then Republican Nixon gave it the thumbs up. So both Republicans and Democrats are being cheated, and parties have become corrupt. Just ask Bernie Sanders or Ron Paul if an outsider can get a fair shake, and you can't, right? So both parties are corrupt. If Trump wants people to be united and give him a chance to take down the corruption, there's no better tool to show the American people why to about the world.
Wow. You sure crossed your T's and dotted your I's, Bart. It's amazing the amount of work that you've done. It really is.
Well, they did fake the moon landing. And that's a sad, sad fact. It took me years to finally admit. But that's, like I said, more profound than if they had actually done. We have this great event in human history that mankind has become so depraved and so juvenile that we can't tell the truth good enough. We can't admit that we set a goal that we can't achieve. So the most powerful nation on earth lied to their own people and murdered their own people to cover it up. It's a historic proportion. And people are defending it, which is wrong. It's so profound. More profound than if they'd actually gone. And what we forget will not be healed, and mankind in America will never go forward unless we admit that the moon landings were a fraudulent.
Thank you for coming and doing this, man. I really appreciate it. That was 3 hours. Where can people find out more about, obviously, we love you can visit Sorrel.com, but is there anything else that you plan on doing in the future, any more investigative work regarding stuff?
All that I say is please link to Sorrel.com in the description, because all of these links are there for free.
Yep.
And I would rather put the moon landing fraud behind me. I would rather never talk about it ever again. There's a gentleman by the name of Ron Perlman.
Oh, yeah.
He wants to produce my first feature film and star in it. He says it's a screenplay unlike anyone he's ever made before. We're raising $7 million to do it. And so I hope to produce my first feature film. That's my next project. I hope to never talk about the moon landing fraud ever again. CIA, if you're listening, give me the $7 million and I'll never talk about it ever again. I would rather make feature films, that are fictional to inspire people in life.
CIA is going to come to you and say, well, we'll give you $1 billion to show up.
That'd be great. You know how many CIA agents it takes to screw in a light bulb?
I've heard this. How many?
Well, I can tell you, but I have to tell you.
Fantastic, man. Thanks again. I really appreciate it. We will link all your stuff below. And anything else we missed that we should talk about? Or is that
just pray. If you believe in God, pray for the truth to come out. And I've sent out over $1,000 of books to the current administration, and I would have done it to the Biden administration as well if they said they were into disclosure. Maybe it will come out. It'll be as beautiful a moment as the urban law coming out. It'll be free. And then we can make our government and our world a better place, but only after telling the truth about our worst mistake.
All right. Thanks again.
Sure.
Goodbye, world.
Bye.
All right. First of all, thanks for coming. I'm looking forward to speaking with you.
Pleasure.
Please introduce yourself to the audience.
I'm a witness. A witness they tried to stop. But it can't be stopped because this is also about love. It's also about justice. It's also about the truth.
Get under the blanket.
And I'm still here despite everything. And everything is like not. Alright? Because I first
I have closed after like 15 times. I gotta go again.
And it completely destroyed my life.
And why did you, 1999 was the first time you came out.
Yes.
Why did you decide to come out in 1999?
In 1991, film JFK came out, and
I realized what
I was
something
deeply
else.
psychotic for the last night, and I'm going to walk out my teenage, all of my, I had at that time 4 kids still in the house, but one of them had come in with film JFK.
Came what?
The film JFK came out from Oliver Stone,
Yes.
and when it started playing, I had to leave. Of course, everybody noticed because I was the chaperone for all these kids, all these teenagers. It was Saturday night, we had popcorn and all that. I went to the church and prayed, and something stirred in my heart. I had waited so long to speak out that I can't. The day after my last child left home, which was December 26, 1998, I finally dared to take out the film JFK and look at it. Of course, it made me ill. If you understood all that I had gone through, you'd understand how it hit me. I thought, sure, I promised her I would speak out. You said, I'd only ask you to please let my little girls know that I was a good guy. And I was afraid. Now something stirred in me because it said all her stuff really is. So silence is evil too. Be silent. And I didn't know if something. I laid out all the evidence I thought, oh, I can boxes and boxes. Why did I say that? It's very good. I was in a project, the secretly funded by the CIA and the Navy, to kill Fidel Castro. And I'll show you the special trade reason I have for that. But the whole idea was we thought we were saving the world. So today, if somebody said, hey, we want to kill Putin, the U.S. might be involved because it looked like a natural. Biological weapon is being created, and I got involved in that.
So let's go back. So first of all,
So I just was saying, laid out the evidence
yes,
on the bed. I looked at it, and I started shaking all over because I knew what happened.
This was after you watched the JFK film.
And I watched the film, and on January 1999, I was teaching at university, I don't want to mention all that, but the fact is that we had a big break until way after New Year's Christmas. So I actually wrote most of the book during that period of time. I didn't know I was going to find out 60 minutes was in the news because they had a 14-month investigation on the tapes that they made really on like replay and asked me the same questions I was identical because they had everything.
That's right.
Yeah, so it's all clear. I see things in pictures.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway,
you have a photographic memory?
100%.
Well, now I've had four. I have some blanks now. I've had 4 concussions. I've been hit by cars 3 times. I've had one time I hurt. I was having a truck in the car was slammed down my head. Everything's happening.
So how did you meet me?
I always ask that question, and I've got to tell you how I got to New Orleans and everything. Because if I do that, you're going to figure out why you started anything.
Let's start there and then let's rewind.
All right.
Because I think people that are watching this interview, they might be confused about who you are. And I think it's important that we lay out.
Oh, all right. Of course. All right.
What did you say? I don't know. Just a friend of mine said that he's got to make this podcast. So this lady, I don't know, apparently you were here by the outdoor. Are you still cold? All right, we'll get up. I'll get you food time. Yes, you do. If you're really cold, you can drink tea, or like an herbal tea, or just even warm water. What kind of tea do you like? That's good. Good for you. Green tea's great. Good on you. Absolutely. All right, I'll be right back.
I was actually being shepherded by people very high up that were associated with CIA. And these were independent doctors. They very well known. Like today, we talk about Fauci, Sarah's Fauci, shepherded me. So they were very prestigious, the top of the top. And I had not admitted to myself because I was being specially trained, fast tracked. As I'll tell you why later. The bottom line is that I could really do no evidence because I couldn't go home until I was later. And I was free. They were ready for me. They were out of town. And instead of being met in a state dinner, I was nice night with other interviews. And champagne, and saying, "You're here, we love you, we show you around." And I go to the YMCA where I was expected a room to myself, and they said, "Who are you?" My first thoughts, "How do you have any money? I'm between semesters, my grant money, I don't have it."
How old were you?
At this time, 19.
19.
Yeah. And wow, my first thought, "Oh no, I'm in this
We're
room."
going to restart.
What about training? And this really perfect, heavy-set waitress who she was going to steal my stuff. We had to pay her 25 cents a day so she would steal our stuff. All right, so I'm in that room. But the instructor said, "I've never seen the world, have you?" I said, "No." I said, "How would you like to come around with us?" Now, I'm an asset. I'm heavily trained. And I am now seeing the seediest parts of New Orleans. I mean, when I stepped off the bus, the first thing I heard was a gunshot. You have to understand what it was like.
Heavily trained in the
Now, I was heavily trained in how to handle specific viruses that were being developed for biological weapon purposes.
at the age of 19.
Absolutely.
When you first got shipped to New Orleans.
That's right. And I have a lot of proof.
And so how old were you when you first started studying these viruses and learning about this?
15.
What?
Yeah, here's a picture of, see this? My grandmother died in October of 1956. She died of cancer. My grandfather was dying of cancer. And I was determined with all my heart to love my grandmother so much. In fact, her picture is on my credit card. Yep. And her memory and the magnificent woman she was. And she was wiped out by cancer and suffered. That's
Sorry.
yeah. Well, that's no other family members as well.
Yeah.
It's just this pandemic. So that was, I was determined. Of course, what can a 15-year-old do? I found cancer's fish, and they were special and great. Mollies, black mollies. Maybe you didn't know this about them, but they don't get inseminated by the male. The male just excites them, and they only produce for their own eggs without any kind of insemination. Now they've got a male organ. They have a male organ that penetrates, but there's nothing there.
Oh, there's no start.
That's right. That's right.
Interesting.
So it's sort of like cheetahs. A lot of people don't realize that genetic variation of cheetahs is very tiny. They make great lab animals, except they're very expensive. Okay. Well, mollies aren't. And so I just sort of determined I'm sure they had cancer, but I had to find out, and we took the mollies. By that time, I made friends with lady running the American Cancer Society for the whole area where I was living there, Drayton, Sarasota. And we met Dr. Walt Moxner, who was he was there for the opening of the Watson Clinic for it was. And so he saw my mollies. He said, "You got to really get mice." So that was rounding up mice, and then finally Rockefeller Foundation.
So where did you meet Walt Moxner?
At the Watson Clinic dedication.
Which was where?
I believe it was in Lakeland, Florida.
In Lakeland.
Yeah.
And you were around 15.
At the time. Okay. So I had my own lab by then.
Wow.
I'll tell you why.
You're a child prodigy.
Well, that's why you have to start at the beginning.
Yes.
All right? I really do.
Yeah. Well, this is the beginning, right?
No.
Oh, there's more before this.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's why I like to get into it.
Okay, cool. Let's do it.
All right. But understand that in the back. They were police raiding. I mean, I barely escaped police raid at one of the clubs. Sat in the back room there. They're putting on pasties and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mustn't be rounded up with that kind of people, you know. But I was free. I mean, I didn't know what it was like to be free because at age 15 on, you have to remember when Sputnik came out. Look at when Sputnik came out.
Was it 69?
Oh, no. That's your
57.
Yes. In 1956, there was a Hungarian revolution. My grandmother died in 57, Sputnik came out, and the United States government had been bananas.
Right.
Because they realized how far behind they run with all high IQ kids. That was one of them. They didn't like it when they were 59 and 60. At age 15, is when, anyway, what they did is, anybody with really high IQs, they got investigated them. They didn't have to do that with my family, so that's why I wanted to bring up my father. Can you see?
Yeah, we see it. Yeah. Handsome fellow down with it.
Okay. So he's holding a new microphone. He invented all kinds of things.
Wow.
He invented items that I told you, but he worked with Robert Adler in Chicago. It often took me, I got to see Adler's house. Adler is the co-founder or co-creator so-called of the...
Tilt it this way a little bit. See that? You tilt it towards
I see.
that. Like right there. Right there. Perfect.
Oh, see it. Thank you for the reminder. I appreciate that. All right, so that's my father. Now, you can't tell from just this early photo, but he helped in World War II to find Nazi stations that were distributed across America because he was able to figure out the frequencies, the radio frequencies, and so on.
Wow.
So he got clearance from the United States government at an early age. Our whole family, I'm not investigating this, even I, a small girl, was being questioned on everything. So, so we had a head start that way. My father wasn't just an ordinary man either. So looking for Adler, turned out to Robert Adler, just like Edison. How Edison got Tesla to work on his materials and everything.
Right.
It's the same sort of thing. My dad was inventing lots of things for Adler. And Adler gave the money, but Adler got the credit for the all the patents.
Got it.
That's what happened.
Okay.
We didn't mind him because Dad made so much money, eventually he would go on retire. He was 41 years old. But why did he retire? He wanted to be a rocket scientist more than anything. In some book you can see, I love it. Somebody just read the book and I'm talking about. So, yeah. Now that's the 7,000. Remember that?
You want to hold it up first?
I can try.
I can hold it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay.
This is called Lee Harvey Oswald and Me.
Right. And most are in better shape than that. They still be out. Some of these books got sabotaged. But actually, most of them did. So Lee Harvey Oswald and Me, I'll tell you, it's got a lot of information background we don't have time to talk about. But bottom line is, my dad was said to be the Redstone Rocket Project and everything. It was already doing stuff he did DC for, Raytheon and so on. But my mother refused to let us go outside our moms and lived behind on the land.
Yeah.
And they also said you could give the movies and like us be like it moms and other things. And my mother didn't want to go. It ruined my father. It broke his heart and he began drinking a lot. He just retired. But that ruined a lot of things for my family as well. My grandmother died in 1956. A few days before the American Revolution.
Mm.
Now, my name is Jerry Bacon, V-A-R-Y is a American name. But even though that came from my father's side, I was some German heritage as well. I love my grandmother. I love my grandmother very much, and she was the matriarch of the family. And I want to cry when I think of her, and I loved her so very much. Unfortunately, she died of cancer a couple of weeks before the Hungarian Revolution. It's very famous. That was October 23rd, 1956. Now,
This is what inspired you to learn
Absolutely. And also, my grandfather was diagnosed with cancer for 3 years.
Okay.
And, excuse me,
Sure.
I try not to cry because our lives changed so much after my grandmother died. And it never would be the same. I actually had skipped a couple grades in school, and I actually dropped out of school for a year. I just went over, took their test, and dropped out.
Huh.
So I didn't need to go to school.
Right.
So it's interesting. Lee and I both spent a lot of time not going to school. We had very parallel lives at this time. It's amazing. I think it's the older now. I could really listening to shortwave radio every night. That's shortwave. And back then, that's the internet for us. Shortwave, we got the news. By the way, it was real news, not what we call views today. Okay?
Right.
It was the real thing. So I would hear machine guns going off, we're hearing bombs going off, we're hearing Hungarians begging America, where were you? Said you're going to help us. And you hear them dying. It was horrible. And somebody else was listening as well, and that was Louis Armstrong. On October 23rd, 1956, he was listening on the shortwave radio to the pleas of the Hungarians. And I'll find this in Wikipedia.
Because this is when he was stationed in Japan.
No, he just turned 17.
Oh,
He tried when he was 16 to join the Marines. He could get with a fake birth certificate and lawfully made for him. That didn't work. His mother, anyway, that was fine with Lee, who was the youngest, and one of his brothers was in the military. So he tried to join. Well, now he's 17. He's thinking about joining. He'd like to finish high school. But then he hears the Hungarian Revolution. That's on the 23rd. On the 24th, Lee Oswald joined the Marines to fight the Reds. That's what he told me in his own mouth. So anybody telling me he's pro-communist, all that is a front, right? Because he wanted to be a spy. His great dream was to do like Herman Philbin, of true lives. And I have a very important documentary saved you guys. Because I was sent to New Orleans. To Buffalo, New York. At one point for training. And I'll show you actually that to me and why that's important. So we have enough time on this wonderful show.
Yes.
To do that.
Yep.
Things like this. Because the background is so important to understand how much I grew up on the Oswald. And I grew from it. In fact, I can myself as saying, Lee Oswald, yes, I'll tell you, Lee Oswald, Friday morning, he's going off because he told me he probably going to kill me.
He told you that, so they're probably going to kill you.
I talked to him only 37.5 hours before the assassination. He left his wedding ring behind. Did you see that? Because he told me how much he couldn't think that wedding ring. He left it behind. So he's not American to me yet. It was a real signal to me. She kept that in her for years. And Oswald did when she heard that. He left it behind because he intended to do something else. She started this with it. We both did having I'm not want to agree with you.
No, hell no. We don't know a lot of that.
That's right. So she finally said we realized that.
Okay, so
Let's go back.
I want to go back to Alma Washner.
No, that's not that part of it. I'll just go a little bit here, show you some pictures, because when this IQ thing came along, that's when I got my mad. His name was Dr. Knut Nicholson.
Okay.
Came to visit us in Ireland. Now, the only way I can prove this, he's using fake name, but he didn't happen to our stupid newspaper. And it talked about his whole history, like he'd been a spy for Hitler, against Hitler, but pretending to be pro-Hitler. He took a shot at me, thank God, because he came with me and two others, Dave and Dave Tracy. All three of us had scored very, very high IQs in the state of Florida. They were at the same school. Probably in one of us, I don't know, but he when they did a trip, it was really for the three of us. And he focused on me for almost 2 weeks. Taught me all kinds of things. I think it's because I was good and he never had a daughter or something. He told me all about his life and how his family rejected him. Boy, do I know how that feels for me. Because They all thought that he was working as a spy for Hitler, not against him. And you know what? When I told this to Lee, you should see his face because his whole family was rejecting him because he was doing the same sort of thing, pretending to be pro-Castro, all that.
Right. Fake defection.
And imagine, he said, here's one of the things he said, right? He got arrested on August 9th. Handing out all the disturbance and all of that. That's interesting, like that, what happened there. But he said, you have no idea how I felt when my mugshot. I had lived clean for my family and New Orleans, where I was born and raised so much of the time, and disgracing my family. And doing this for my country. But it really hurt me. And I just felt crying with him because I understood. Because Nicholson had told me everything. So when I told him all this stuff, Nicholson went through. And there are other things that I was able to tell him that really created a bond between us. And that he had met up. He had no one to talk to, but he understood it. He just hit it off immediately. And I'll talk about how we met so managed to get through the training. So we're talking about all that training. Now, all Roxy things out. It was very interesting at the time, in 1960, when I not only did my military officers insist that I go and learn Russian.
Okay. When you're still...
I'm in high school.
You're in high school.
Yeah. They want me to be able to translate cancer research. Things. Right now, I very well hope that I'm going to get using other seawater that haven't been done before. Yeah, we're 60 years. That sent me to the International Science Fair. That's where I'm cancer research stuff with him for a time.
Okay.
And so Eli Lilly and all, I got to see it.
Mm-hmm.
And although the many circumstances why I was not able to even get interviewed, it didn't matter because all of a sudden I got Oak Ridge on my side of that Walter Reed Institute. And they're sending me material, they were sending me materials, including esoteric chemicals and things. I got letters from them from the Rockefeller Foundation, and later I get them from other sources, and it's from banks. They wandered this through the banks, all free, the mice, that kind of thing. But it was all really, when I was being started, already was 3 years still in high school. I ended up, I went back up now, show you this medicine birds as Cold War aid. I want you to see this.
Okay.
And let's read the first paragraph or so. And that's all the option. This is 1960s, about the same time I've gone to the International Science Fair and so on.
Oshner to propose plan to U.S. State Department. Dr. Alton Oshner said Friday he will propose that the United States State Department enlist something medical profession in the Cold War with communist nations. As soon as the new federal administration takes over, I plan to call on the new Secretary of State, Dean Rusk, with my recommendation, he said.
Oh, okay. It ends up being on the secret side of things. All right. Let's try to kill Fidel Castro.
Right. So Alton Oshner was what was it? He was the first doctor, if I'm not mistaken, to correlate lung cancer with smoking, right?
Right. And by the way, I'll be talking about how I gave lung cancer to mice in only 7 days. The White House got his attention.
So he had a lot of ties to South American leaders, like the leader of Panama, and he also had he was rubbing shoulders with lots of celebrities and music people.
Everywhere.
And he was very highly regarded, and allegedly, from what I've read, that he worked with the FBI for some clandestine operation. He did some sort of secret work for the FBI.
And this is not only FBI, I have documents in my possession showing that his last contact with Oxford Clinic was November 1963.
And Alton Oshner was when we had Jack Cruz on the podcast a few months back, back in October, I think it was. He was explaining kind of the history with Ochsner and what was the name of the hospital in New Orleans again?
This Ochsner Clinic.
The Ochsner Clinic in New Orleans, and how Ochsner
And also Tulane.
Tulane, that's what it was. Tulane.
He was associated with Tulane, and we were associated with Tulane, and also with Covington. The primary research center, very important.
Right. And when the Salk polio vaccine was first starting to get rolled out, Ochsner was so behind it, as well as the political people that were behind the first rollout of the Salk polio vaccine.
So we've got to go back to
Bernice Eddy came out. She did this last minute, 11th hour. Bernice Eddy did this test on a couple monkeys with the polio vaccine.
It was also Sarah Stewart. And
Sarah Stewart, correct?
Unfortunately, he mixed up Sarah Stewart's name with Dr. Barry Sherman's name. It was really Dr. Barry Sherman.
Right.
That was working with me in New Orleans.
So right before they rolled out that vaccine, Bernice Eddy did a test on some monkeys with the new Salk vaccine, and they were paralyzed. She sent photos of that to the heads of the NIH, her bosses at the NIH, and they all panicked and freaked out and said, "Oh my God, no! Like, we're going to roll this out anyways." And Ochsner was behind this, and he was tied into a lot of political big shots. And Ochsner said, "You know what? We're going to go in front of this auditorium and not inject my 2 grandchildren with the Salk vaccine."
Actually, did I sent you a picture? There it is.
His granddaughter died. I think
No, his
grandson died.
His grandson died 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, and his granddaughter was paralyzed. Right?
That's right. And he did this in front of the press and everything. Now that taught him a big lesson. This is what you have to understand. He trusted his doctors. He trusted them. Now he realizes Castro has doctors that trust him, that he trusts. And some of them secretly hate his guts.
How do
There are ways to get to Castro, if not that text. When doctor asks for a vial of penicillin, they take it out, somebody takes it out of the refrigerator and put it in. You have to understand how there's so many ways to get to Castro.
So Ochsner essentially worked as like a special surgeon for the FBI, right?
No, CIA, FBI is over peripheral.
Okay.
He actually founded Inca.
Inca, yes, that was the radio program, right?
No, this was called Inca, I think.
Well, they were part of the radio program as part of Inca.
That's right. They went to over 3,000 radio stations all over Latin America and Middle America and so on. All right.
And he founded that. There was also some FBI people that were on the board of
Of
Inca.
course. And one of them was my boss. Let's get started though. Something I want you to see. This is Thursday, March 15th. I'm going in chronological order.
Okay.
We got that from 1960 so on. That's when that started. In 62, JFK comes to New Orleans to dedicate a pier. Now, of all the people that hated JFK, Alt Ochsner has to be at the top. Despised him, hated him.
Why?
The whole for many years. He thought he was a communist. Never said, "Oh, you can't get anything more anti-communist than Alt Ochsner." That doesn't mean he was always right.
Right.
The idea of catering to anything, any demands. He was completely, of course, the CIA told him what they thought of him because of the videotapes and all of that.
Right.
Made JFK take the blame. No, it wasn't him. There's a lot I could tell you about David Ferry and how he thought that JFK was to blame for that as well. David Ferry, someone that I sent you a clip about him. And I don't know whether you.
David Ferry was a former CIA pilot.
He was always a CIA pilot.
Okay.
The thing is that I say always, I mean, anytime for the band kicks on, okay, before they was training anti-Castro pilots for the CIA and things like that. And he was a fantastic pilot himself. And I want you to see this. It's going to be very remarkable. This is from the Congress of the United States, all right? Thursday, March 15, 1962. Kennedy is going to come to New Orleans. Guess who's in charge of all the details?
Who?
Alt Ochsner.
Alt Ochsner. The surgeon.
Who hates him? He gets all the medical information about JFK. He gets all the information about it. Remember, they had a parade. All the parade information. When you're ready, that's going to become very valuable. We're talking about 1963. Later, this is March 62. And So everybody that involved with parades and everything. So anyway, here's the documentary. He was in charge of everything for JFK. He goes out to Central Community down there.
President Kennedy will deliver his address in the city's municipal auditorium about 11 a.m. on May 4th. Further details of the visit will be determined by the president, the White House conference with Boggs, and the New Orleans mayor, Victor Shire, next Thursday morning.
I have to read where it is. I've lost it now.
What does it say? What is the gist of it?
Here, get it back. I read the part, but sorry about that. All right. Okay. Congress and Boggs says all the members there.
So this was addressed to Oshner?
Just a minute.
Sure.
The International House in New Orleans will sponsor the president's visit to the Crescent City. Congressman Boggs said Dr. Alton Oxford, president of the International House and as internationally famous surgeon, will be in charge of arrangements in New Orleans for the president's visit.
Okay. Well, see that? Yeah. Where's that at?
I'm just about
Okay. Oh yeah, Dr. Alton Oshner, president of the International House and internationally famous surgeon. Wow, they're in charge of arrangements in New Orleans for the president's visit.
Yep.
That's interesting. From the Congress of the United States House of Representatives, Washington, D.C., for immediate release Thursday, March 15th, 1962.
Yeah, I've got all kinds of documents, everything like
Okay.
that. Here's a picture. Let's go back a little bit about this. I said, I'm getting my own lab and all of that. Got into probably one of the reasons I didn't get killed like almost everybody did in these projects is because I was just too much into news. Had newspaper articles and lots of stuff showing me some labs. Yeah, really want to show it. I can't see well enough to know.
Yeah, wax out the eyeballs. So you gotta come up the face. Yeah. All right, this is probably in the emails, right? This is a picture of of you, I'm assuming, doing some lab work.
Yeah, that was in my lab now. That lab,
Anti-high senior Hunt's cancer cause.
yeah, we've got lots and lots of.
Okay. All right.
You'll notice why it says national meet there. All right, the scientists. It says it at the bottom.
No, I don't. I'm not saying
Let me see. I'm going to have to show it to you.
Anyways, yeah, no, I get the
Well,
gist.
this is important. Senior attempts national meet of scientists right here.
Okay. You have better vision than me.
No, I just know that's there. What's important is that this wasn't any ordinary. I crashed it, actually. And they were going to arrest me. But I had nobody. The work I was doing seemed so advanced that none of the doctors I was working with, we loved two of them had trained at Oak Ridge and understood what I was doing. And see, Dr. Alton would be there. Also, Dr. Harold Deal, who was the vice president of American Cancer Society. All three of them came to my lab. And we saw what I had. By the way, the lab by then had been, people were scared because of the way the mice looked, the tumors and everything. They moved me under the stadium. They rebuilt the lab for me under the stadium.
Okay, so Oxford came down there. You were already doing all this research on cancer.
Yeah.
You were like a child prodigy cancer researcher.
I gave, but now I'm 17.
Now you're 17. And then then Oshner ships you somehow.
Well, wait. No. First of all, when the secret got there, I think I was able to show them and prove to them with all my documents.
Okay.
That I gave my lung cancer over 7 days.
Yeah.
It would take me 4 years to duplicate what I did. I had to be duplicated from what I did at Rosen Park Institute by Dr. James C. Curtis.
Okay.
But I did it in 3 months. It took me 4 years.
Wow.
Well, you gotta think out of the box.
Okay.
That's the problem. So, All right. So when this happened, they sent me to Rosen Park Institute for training. Not just ordinary training. I was with Dr. George Moore, who was in charge of 800 researchers. And they also had a program going on with students now that they could slip me into, so they had a reason to give me their, And I actually went and attended seminars by Dr. Duran. And we've got a photograph that I sent to you. It shows me I'm one of 6 people they pick out to interview. So I got the papers and all that, and so on. Why is it good? Because I wasn't just the students of both reasons witnesses because we
That's okay.
basically what's going on is that I am not just one of these other students. I'm a Dr. Moore who's the one that goes through these personal plans.
Okay.
We're working on a special formula that can grow cancer cells faster than any other formula on Earth.
Right.
Now, why do we do it? We want to grow cancer cells fast so they can figure out these whole things, so they can figure out how
Steve, the full screen button. Top left.
all right, yeah, that's, you see, I'm the woman, the girl there on the right, that's me there. And they just picked this, you were supposed to be downstairs and let's go and grab this things together. But I'm talking about there's about 60, there are about 60 of these students there, and some of them they were from all over the United States.
Okay. Okay.
But I really was only for the group for 7 years. I was in Dr. Moore's own lab, and at that time we were in bacteriophages, we were in a certain monkey virus, and I became expert in this one with you. But I helped develop something called the RPMI 1644. It's very complicated. It grows cancer faster than anything. I have a document that shows that I was asked to do more research on how to make cancer more deadly.
Why?
So they told me it's because we have to figure out how to, grow it faster. It gives us ideas on how to, conquer it. That was a lie. I was being
What was the logic? If we can grow it faster, we can figure out how to conquer it.
Yes.
I'm
Well, the idea being like, if you give kids milk, they're going to grow faster. Then therefore, if you're going to kill kids, you're not going to milk. That's the idea.
Okay.
So it's like that.
Okay.
All right. I fell for it. Okay.
Right.
But the prestigious doctors need my doctors. All these important people. I became, after all, I gave cancer in mice in 7 days. So I had methods that they were fascinated with.
By the way, how did you get cancer in mice in 7 days?
I knew Dr. James Rainier. Yes, they were a Hungarian family. My grandmother knew the Rainier family, who were born in Vienna, including Dr. Rainier. And we're right across the border, a couple of our just miles away, and of course they knew each other. That's what I'm saying. My grandmother was very educated. She speak many languages and so on. She even went overseas 7 times to get my training in the army. This is what went was how to do back then. So Dr. Rainier's actually moved to all places to South Bend. That's where I was born. That's where my family was. So we had a bunch of Hungarians there. South Bend, Indiana, he was a professor at the University of Notre Dame. My family don't get land in Notre Dame. It's just some cemetery. I could get buried there if I wanted. Okay? So we're talking about close ties. So yes, of course, the ties continue. Dr. Rainier. He ended up being the first person to develop germ-free mice.
Germ-free mice.
We have them all over the place now because then you can introduce it to routine and find out what happens without any interference.
Okay. Pure clean mice.
Pure clean mice. But let me tell you, you have to put them in an environment where nothing can reach them, no germ, like bubble boy.
Okay, right. But how do you get the cancer?
Well, that's the point. Is cancer something you can give them? Or is it because of eating whatever? If germ-free mice and you introduce a certain virus and it causes cancer, bingo. Okay? Good idea.
But with what virus?
Well, if I mention it, I'm going to get in trouble.
Go ahead. No, don't worry about it. We'll say it. We'll set some plus there.
But I didn't have it. It's because they determined that later. I cannot prove that. This is a document I cannot.
And how did you?
So let me explain how I did this.
No, well, I'm curious. Like, so you're trying. Your goal here is to see if you can give these mice cancer.
Well, because I need a cancer burn, I'm going to go and kill cancer without cancer.
I understand
Yeah.
why you're doing it.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to. I'm trying to
Yeah.
understand this, okay? So your goal is to give these mice cancer. And what tools are you given, or what are you
Well,
looking for?
I'm going to tell you.
And where, and how do you decide
Remember?
which viruses, and why do you even choose viruses in the first place?
Wait just a second.
Okay.
So, the fact of the matter is that, remember I said in the method of giving magnesium vaccine,
Yeah.
I had chambers that were built that no, if one bit of oxygen got into these chambers, it would explode and die.
Okay.
All right, so I had to put argon gas on top of when we refined the magnesium, at one point. Any oxygen you got in, it exploded. My dad didn't lose me, so he helped develop. I had 2 chambers. Well, those turned out to be perfect. Germ-free mice, and nothing could get in.
Okay.
Yeah, so we thought that the air filtered all the thing.
Okay, so where did you get the virus?
Well, we didn't know it at the time, but I collected lots of cigarette butts from everywhere. And that virus can be trapped in cigarette filters.
Can?
All kinds of viruses can be trapped in these asbestos type filters.
Okay.
I mean, we didn't know what they were. It says they isolated later.
So you were taking cigarette butts,
I
and
took them from all over. It's beautiful in that way because we couldn't say, okay, from Manatee County, all my friends collected probably 50 pounds.
and you were somehow taking something off the cigarette butts and giving it to the rats.
Yes, what I was giving them wouldn't have killed the virus, would have killed the bacteria and all that. Anything left. It says they were germ-free, something got them, and then they found out that these mice, had that.
How did you find out?
Well, they were tested, but I wasn't ever. The reason I didn't do this up is I don't have the documents for that.
Okay.
But they understood after they did the testing. That's why we sent them for castor and training and all that, and especially to work with that virus.
So you gave the mice cancer in 7 days. They went and you sent the tumors off to be tested.
They
They didn't tell you.
see, I had to crash this seminar. I couldn't get anybody to do the proper electron microscope work that had to be done to discern the virus, whatever.
And then you go to New Orleans.
No. Now that's what my enemies have said. Oh, for straight from mice.
Why would your enemies say that?
Because they tried to claim I to get special training. And what is this?
Oh, then you went to New York to get special training.
Wrote the more from there. And that's, you have something, the abstract, I'm going to tell you what's going on there because I gave you a document there.
Okay.
And the document says, it should show sister.
We have a lot to get through.
Yeah.
And we're already an hour in.
Okay.
So let's try to move through this a little.
All right, you saw it up, so I'm just going to say it this way.
Yeah.
I am doing research, good cancer research, under Eli Lilly. I sent it to an abstract showing you. But today, that same St. Francis University claims I never did any cancer research.
Okay.
And I gave you,
By the way, here's a picture of the rat.
well, yeah, let's just give you an idea of kind of, oops. Yeah, so when we're talking about scary, you can understand why they would have moved what I was doing under the stadium. Away from
That's crazy. That's insane. The tumor's bigger than the rat.
That's right. In 7 days, it gets that size. And it's a mouse.
Nuts.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So it's a terrible question.
Yeah.
All right.
Here's the Eli Lilly
Yeah.
abstract. Okay, this says bacteriology chairman Gordon Mallet, Eli Lilly, Gordon Mallet, Eli Lilly, at Indiana University was elected chairman in 1962.
I'll just go down the abstract.
Abstract studies on the increase of in vitro of mitotic.
You want me to read it?
You're smarter than me. Here, I just
No. Oh, please. Oh, I can just do it faster. Okay. All right. Studies that increase in vitro mitotic activity of genesis and liver 57113 strand melanocytes. Okay, so students very insist there, Clara Francis, because I was a minor, I had to have some reasoning. Yeah. But this is obviously from St. Francis College, But now, yeah, I gave you document showing that they claim, according to them, that they never did any such research. I piece of paper there to read.
This.
Yeah, because they claim that no research was done, that there was never any sisterhood of America who gave me a scholarship, and that they claimed I said I was 16. Those things are not true.
This is an original
Yeah, that's the original.
written in 2015.
Yeah, from an investigator who asked them, go ahead and read it.
Okay. I, Thomas Omarozoff, Sr., went to St. Francis University in Fort Wayne. I inquired from a sister there,
Sister.
a sister there about St. Mary University. These guys got a terrible handwriting. The nun said, "Oh, my old Latin teacher." Later, the archivist emailed me that there was no St. Mary.
Sister Mary Veronica.
There was no Sister Mary Veronica that taught at that university. This is 10/30/2015. I was surprised that the archivist nun told me an untruth.
Yeah, so they lied and said they never did any research there. I've got some other papers I can show you, but that's the one. I mean, yeah.
Got it.
So Eli Lilly gave them a brand new Perkin about $4 million.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm using this as an example of how everything I do has been scrubbed.
Okay.
So that's why I'm focusing on this, because some of them look at me that I've said things I can't prove except that I have internal documents.
Right.
All right, so quickly I'm saying, Mr. Rosoff, I finally got a chance to talk with Sister Jo Ellen. While we do have a record of a Judith Ann very heavy meticulous analysis, all the other information was inaccurate. Sister Mary Veronica has not taught here or been administrative enough, and I should have did better from her.
Right.
Yeah. We did not have sisters who were doctors in research technology. She saw the limits in the abstract there, Sister Butcherface. Okay? Right. And we did not do cancer research.
Okay.
All right, Sister Ellen, your doctoral dissertation on history of the school, however, knows nothing of the situation she just mentions as far as that. I'm using this as an example of what they have done all along the line to get rid of me. And they say she's not in the record.
Okay.
All right, so that's the easiest one to show you.
Got it.
All right, now, all right, so about all this special treaty.
Sure.
They put a lot of money in. I memorized the 1640, actually my 1644 words. It still hadn't gotten out to the public yet. It still had some more tweaking to do. It was the best 41 in the world for growing cells faster than anything. And so I had says, they brought me to the labs. I thought, now wait a minute. And here I'm running around with strippers.
Right.
And they can't send it some ugly, dirty old man to intercept me. They're out of town. I came 2 weeks early. I was afraid. And I hadn't been. These people that trained me to be like basic training, university Florida, where I also did a new way to detect cancer in bloodstream. And some other stuff.
Wow.
Yeah. So I was doing stuff that would turn out that detection of live cancer in the bloodstream immediately later when they were trying to kill. They were trying to kill so-called volunteers for cancer research and keep them in prison. I handed you a document showing you how to depress it without Dr. Heath. There's a present picture of Dr. Heath with monkeys and all that.
With their head sticking out of the box.
Yeah. Well, he was working with Dr. Silva. Dr. Silva was at Jackson Hospital, which was claimed that.
That's this picture. Right?
That's right. You see that Dr. Silva is not in that picture, but Dr. Heath is.
Okay.
Dr. Heath has worked with David Ferry. There's an awful lot of stuff that people don't know about David Ferry. You see him in the film JFK, and we became close friends. Well, I'm going to tell you that. The reason I went to St. Francis is I found out they would put me through medical school. He's a sick one, no problem. Anyway, now, I was a
It's crazy that they do that to monkeys. That's something that
penalty. Is just, believe me, we killed about 150,000.
Could you imagine if aliens did that to us?
I know. Just think about it. We've got to perform things. You have no idea how much I require running with Cambridge. He knows all this stuff. All right, this is the letter. You could just look at it. This confirms that I was I told her before we was one of my schoolmate chums at the University of Florida, and we were taking medical courses together. She is now a doctor, Kathy Santee.
Okay.
And you read there, it says, I told her I was going to go to New Orleans because Dr. Oxford wanted me there, and I'd be entering Oxford Medical School, which is actually Tulane Medical School.
Right.
Skipped 2 years. He just the last 2 years in medical. Yeah. I skipped college and everything. Now, of course, I'm happy and sad, and I've been working with a wonderful Dr. Mary Sherman. So, of course, I'm Dr. I don't know whether I gave you. There's so much stuff. I don't have time.
So how did you meet Mary Sherman?
Actually, I tried to meet her at Dave Fairs.
How did you know that? Did you know about her previously?
Oh my gosh, she's famous. It's like
really?
Fauci or something today.
No way. Like famous in a negative way? Like
No, positive.
Okay.
I mean, everybody thought the world of her, but she knew Sarah Stewart. She knew these other wonderful. She was an expert on it.
And what was she famous for?
She was an orthopedic surgeon who was working with polio patients' kids.
Okay.
And that's when she was working with Dr. Oxford when Oxford lost his grandson. And they decided to work together to try and conquer this horrible thing that happened, which is contamination.
Right. So what happened? He lost his grandson, from what I understand. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the Salk polio vaccine was supposed to have a dead virus in it, and it had live
Well,
virus.
this is Cutter. It's a version of something.
Okay.
And don't believe it that every time that they talk about that, they have made it so this polio virus is incapacitated. It's still there, but so it will elicit an immune response. But don't believe the fact that they always kill all of it when they making it so it's not going to give polio. It happens all the time, every once in a while. So you can eradicate polio, and they keep giving you polio shots, and polio will come back because you're going to find let's say 99.99% of the time, what they give you is safe. It doesn't get inactivated. Let me explain about, for example, the virus. Now, this has nothing to do with. They should allow me to say this, okay? Anyway.
Have you ever?
Most viruses are RNA viruses. RNAs, they're not DNA, they're just cell inside of your body. I'm talking about the nucleus. They're outside, they can't affect your DNA. But viruses different. It's a DNA virus. You can eliminate from 3%. That is introduced. Now, but it's a tiny. Now, when they go into kill all these 30 to 30 viruses, you put them in formaldehyde, as you're making your material to make the inject in the shots you want. Yeah. Just go ahead and put them in formaldehyde for 7 days. They're dead. The virus. It takes 30 days of formaldehyde and they didn't know.
So the polio virus died, the virus died.
The polio virus is clean and doesn't have the contaminations. They grew the virus by chopped up monkey kidneys.
Right.
The monkey kidneys, they're stupid from the beginning because the monkey kidneys carry so many viruses. This thing is called the number 40. They had 39 other viruses. Yeah.
Was 40 the last one, or there more than 40?
There were more. Okay. But this is the one that stood out. It was absolutely.
Yeah, but so when they made the second version of polio, I forget the name of the company that did the second rollout of it, that seemed to be more safe. They seemed to be working. They didn't kill the viruses; they just weakened them somehow.
Well, that's the problem. What if you didn't make them some of them enough?
Sure.
So,
but why would it work better though if they're weaker instead of dead?
Well, the idea, if it's dead, maybe the body's immune system is not going to respond.
Save it.
Just save it. Yeah. And but all of these have their faults and flaws. They simply, we have got to get a different mindset. We need to get away from thinking we can solve everything through the immune system and through shots. It's dangerous. We're going too far. I have a lot of people that agree with you that we need to rethink medicine.
How would we think it?
Well, you've been taught that everything can be solved with a shot.
No, not necessarily. I think shots
Well,
are so
I'm talking about big pharma.
big pharma, right? So essentially, the idea is that we introduce a little bit of a virus or some sort of a disease to your immune system that is not harmful, but it builds up the antibodies so your body can fight this
Well, let
thing.
me tell you what's really going on.
Sure.
All right, because it's a little bit worse than that. The theory is excellent. All right, it works to some extent.
It's an ancient theory. It goes back to Marcus Aurelius.
And, well, I would say that it was obsolete as far as to what's really going on. You know, really anything about here. We have black matter and so on. So we need to upgrade our thinking on this. What we have is the presence of the virus. You say it's polio, okay? But the body, just before you turn this virus, for example, and that goes into your system, gives an immune response to deal with it, right? So the idea of shots is that you're going to put this stuff in the body, it's going to have an immune response. And that this stuff is not as dangerous as the real thing.
Right.
That's not always the case.
Not always the case.
That's right. And the problem is,
Human beings make mistakes.
and not only that, but mutations occur. And in the respiratory virus world, that's exactly what they do forever. You can't even, if one flu season is there, it's already going to change to something else.
Right.
Well, here's the thing. So you got percentage of immune response. It's not enough to sell the product. They put something else on top of it to top it off to make an immune response and say it's for the whole thing. But it's not. It's not for just the virus. They add this stuff on top, and that's artificially making a response that has nothing to do with the original response. That's why you have to get boosters.
Right.
And then you can sell boosters forever.
How would you approach it?
Well, I was very much pro all of these shots and everything. Right? Until I realized that we have never cured cancer. Then I realized that they're making a lot of money with shots.
Sure.
And a lot of money in what they call the cancer treatment industry and cancer treatment palaces. Those big palaces being built, and with all their industry associated with treatment, where are all the houses being built to cure? There's no incentive whatsoever to cure. We could have cured cancer. I know how to cure cancer.
Oh.
Bacteriophage.
Who?
See, bacteriophage.
What does that mean?
Bacteriophage means to eat in Greek.
Oh.
So you've got a virus that eats bacteria, but also these viruses are allowed to, they actually can eat viruses.
These bacteria can eat viruses.
No. Viruses, bacteriophage is a virus that eats bacteria.
Oh, a virus eats bacteria.
But, yes, they use it in all the sewer systems. Think of all the diseases that go into our filthy sewage and everything.
I don't know Wikipedia, do you?
Wikipedia.
Oh, what do we go? Spookopedia? What's the other one called? What's the one Ian Carroll taught us about? Remember? Come on, man. It's like Spookopedia or something. Wikipedia for spooks.
Just say we just put on bacteriophage and just go to images, because then you
Right
can
here,
see
look at this. It's known informally as the phage, is a virus that infects, can you zoom in on it? A virus that infects and replicates within bacteria and, I don't know that word, archaea? The term is derived from the ancient Greek word to devour, phage.
Okay, it's a very simple. The reason that they don't use it is too easy to cure cancer, but they can't make any money.
So bacteriophages are composed of proteins that encapsulate the DNA or the RNA genome, and they have structures that are either simple or elaborate. Okay.
Anyway, you can engineer them very easily, too easily, so they can't patent because you can easily engineer them 10 different ways to cure cancer.
Really?
Now, what's wonderful about bacteriophages is once they eat it all up, so they eat up all the cancer cells, leave a bag of pus behind, so to speak. If it's a tumor, all right, that out with them. No big deal. They go to sleep. They don't wake up until they brush against the cancer again.
They hibernate in your body.
That's right.
Have you ever tried this?
Well, we were doing that in 1961. And Roswell Park, we were working at Bacteria Farm.
Really?
Yes.
So how specifically? So you injected this into mice or something? Or
Well,
monkeys?
Mice, monkeys, bees, marmosets, actually. That's in between.
Okay.
Yeah, marmosets are easy, fast, and cheap.
And so you gave these marmosets,
They have cancer.
they had cancer, or you gave it to them, or they already had it, one way or the other.
They have cancer.
And then you gave them this stuff, this bacteria box.
Well, this is special. It only took a few months to create it. So
And
you
then-
can't have this because it's so easy to make.
And what happened after you gave the bacteria box?
Well, they survived. It went away. And then the marmosets have a short life, but if the cancer started up again, the bacteria will bacteria fine.
That's crazy.
And we can't get a tried since 1999. We have one company that has, you know what they did? They've trained bacteriophage to go to cancer cells and guess what? Piggyback it in, inject in chemo. That they can go in, which is deadly, poisonous.
Yeah.
So here they've trained this bacteriophage to actually go to cells, but not to kill the cells. Take thousands of them, but they're really tiny. They're like little mosquitoes. They work. You see how simple they are. There are three major first things that we created artificially. Was the virus, the bacteriophage, and the polio virus. Now ask yourself, why would they create these artificially? These three, these are the first. They were created artificially. You see?
What about four cancers? What can you find about that cancer together? Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep through that.
All right, so anyway, there's an awful lot of that. Now,
Okay.
Lee Oswald is assigned, gosh, we've got so much to talk about.
Let's do it.
So they sent him, he's cute. Now, thought I was in love with a guy, okay? And this guy, let me check. We're going to have to really move into different areas that I have got. Let me see if I can find one here. Excuse me.
Yeah, right here. Look right here. It says bacteriophages have been studied for their ability to deliver therapeutic agents directly to tumors, making them promising tools for targeted cancer therapy.
See, you can not only can you get them there. I mean, they're not even talking about the fact why don't you let them attack the cancer? They can use it. And here they can train them to go there and not use it. Because the people can't use it. Just the minor twist, you know. Yeah, so they want to go there. If you cure cancer, all those palaces are going to go down. If you cure cancer,
You cannot.
you want to know why my voice is being silenced. Billions of dollars are at risk. Billions. And I'm just one little voice. They've erased, I can't get my own birth certificate. Mine says females. Oh, I can't. I don't.
He's hiding it.
It's bent. I have in my book, you can see my birth certificates. I've tried. The most recent said that my father's last name is Ward. W-A-R-D. Can't use it. People say how evil you are because you were married. You married, and you started having affairs with your husband. Well, I was married one day when my husband abandoned me. He said, I'm not going to tell you where I'm going because you wouldn't have married me if I told you I'm going to be almost this summer. He said, bye-bye, I'm not going to tell you where I am. He took off.
Wow.
But that night, where I lived was raided by the police. By the way, we've gone to the house where the raid occurred and went with researchers, elders, said to have witnesses, and told them what happened a long, long ago. It turned out Lee Oswald put me in a house of delivery. Now, he'd been not been in New Orleans for 10 years. He thought it was a nice boarding house, but it had changed. Okay? And actually went to owner, by the way, a very fancy place. I have a picture of it, but we don't have time for everything. But it's very fancy. It's in my book.
Okay, we're jumping ahead to the affair.
Right, all right, but yes, but I'm going to show you something.
Okay.
I want you to read this postcard.
Okay.
Robert Baker My husband,
Go ahead.
all right, now, I've been married a month to him now. Notice all this. It says it is from New Orleans. Please turn the picture over so you can see the other side and show that to everybody.
Greetings from New Orleans.
Right, okay. Now, where am I living? I'm living in New Orleans.
Right.
He's dropping me a postcard as he's coming through New Orleans. He doesn't have time to visit me. It's my new husband. Go ahead.
Somebody sent you a postcard from New Orleans.
Yeah.
Hi there. Just stopped in New Orleans and thought I'd drop a line.
This is my new husband.
Boy, is the weather miserable here. I'll be back through in a couple of days. Eat enough, take care of yourself, because I'm loving you. Bob.
Yeah.
Bob Baker.
How would you like to get a postcard from your new husband? You don't know where he is and what he's doing. But he'll be through in a couple days away on that thing. Okay?
Wow.
Now, anybody think that I get raided, I have nobody to help me.
What is this guy doing? What is his career?
Well, he's a scientist. He is, I do so high was classified.
His IQ was so high it was classified.
186.
Who's he work for?
Yes. But anyway, he ended up being one of the top scientists for. No, at that time he was still getting all his credentials.
Did he tell you this? Or did you learn this later?
Oh, no, we knew.
Okay.
I couldn't find anybody compatible with. You have to understand. Just
I heard it when you were how old again?
Well, I was 19.
You were still 19 then. You married this dude you met in New Orleans.
Well, no, it didn't mean,
That's not you.
no, it didn't mean New Orleans. I went to University of Florida, and he was, I was taking high math classes and all that was wiped out, okay?
Okay.
And then he went one of the classes that summer. And I had three boyfriends. I had from Australia as well, and then I heard Florida. And Lake Nettles at the University of Florida.
Okay.
You know that, and later he would tell one of my sons, I married her for her legs. So anyway,
You had good legs.
yeah, that's still a good job.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Let's keep the podcast
Yeah,
going.
let's
We don't want to make this podcast X-rated.
I'm just trying to say that I was very well-minded. I was a good girl. I didn't go around. In fact, I had a lot of boyfriends. The University of Florida just got to where they were co-ed just 10 years earlier. It's all, and it's engineering, science, or so. I'm sorry, most of the girls are like they have horse faces, you know.
Really?
Well, I don't know why,
Yeah.
but I didn't.
Right. You were one of the hot ones.
Yeah, and so I had all these boyfriends. I didn't want to ruin my reputation. I told each of those boys, I've got a problem, please. You know, look at these other guys. Please protect me from these other guys. I told every one of them. So, so I had a good reputation, and I earned it. But he was different. He ended up seducing me because he could beat me in chess.
He could beat you in chess? Wow. And he told you he was a high-level scientist with a freaking 200 IQ in the CIA.
Well, I'll put it this way, just like me, he was being handled. You know, we didn't. Now, all they were interested in was for mathematics. He would end up being at the top forever. Exxon, probably billions because of him. If I told you all the stuff he did, you could still see some stuff on mine. But anyway, he took off, and he's interested in some of his life and memoirs. Okay. So he abandoned me. I had nobody. I had this phone number. Lee Oswald met me at the post office when I was looking for letters from him. He was supposed to write every day. Is he going to come and marry me? Maybe. Like what Lisa Marvin to the death.
So to walk me through the moment you first met Lee Harvey Oswald.
All right, I got the post office. By the way, I didn't make any money because I came 2 weeks early. My grad didn't have it, the stipend, or anything. So I actually got a job flipping burgers, so to speak, because this waitress, she was like stuffing the job out there, and got a raise so she could work in town. It's 45 minutes. Now, who goes, gets on a bus, goes 45 minutes out to work, just 2 hours, just enough to pay for me. And come back 45. Lee Oswald thought I was out there. Bobby Kennedy was at the Royal Castle where I was working. I had some monitors there because Carlos Marcello, the Godfather, was right next door, just a few blocks down. And this was open 24 hours. Lee thought, because I was only going out there to work for 2 hours a day, this crazy, what, for $2? I mean, who does that? Thought I was a courier. All this started because we said to Matthew, they don't give you all the information. You just need to know. All you knew about me is I was a cancer researcher that was supposed to work with Dr. Mary Sherman. And David Ferry told him to go and meet me. That's all he knew.
He was instructed to go.
Yes, but I didn't know that at the time. They want to stop this me running around with these hookers and things, without realizing I did it. I mean, I had my first day, everything. All right, so anyway, I'm angry because there's no letter. It's the man said he's going to write me every day. He's going to tell me he's going to come marry me. Well, I don't need him. I mean, no, really big deal.
Look at these legs. You got to need this nerd?
Okay, sort of like that. I got all crazy. Yeah. And so I sure did. What they kind of like to tease me. I can't see them. Okay, good. Okay, so here I am. And I turn around, this nice looking guy behind me, dressed, real decent, kind of cute. I had been carrying around a roll of newspaper that had a coat on because this Robert Baker didn't want his family to know he was dating me because they were Catholic and I was Catholic. Now, I had given up on Catholicism. I had become an atheist because when I was at St. Francis University, my father came up there and kidnapped me to get me out of the convent. It's horrible. He says, God didn't want me. I believe there's a God. It was a big deal. I offered my life to God. And what happened? I didn't realize that God was going to use me. So anyway, I'm angry. And there's no letter from this man who says, I can marry you. We went birth control pills. I thought it was in love. I was in love with sex. It was interesting in sex. I was complete, mechanically accurate man. Right?
Mechanically accurate.
Yeah, in other words, you call please, but it doesn't mean loved. There's a difference.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I didn't know the difference, of course, because that was the only person I ever knew. And he didn't have somebody who seduced me. Then actually left him. He was they had grown up in this modern age. Forget you, a month later, he came back and all I ran into his arms. I said, So that's the way it was. So we're going to get married. Well, we did. He said, we got to hurry and get married. I thought it was because he loved me. I actually did it. Never said I love you, by the way. So we go to Mobile, Alabama. Then I found out he did that in a hurry because he's got to get on a quarter boat and do scientific research for this group. Okay. So he's gone, and here comes the police raid. I'm thrown out in the middle of the street. All right, only number I had was his phone. I don't think anybody else went back to the post office. He was sent there, and we finally figured out 2 years to realize it was on purpose. But anyway, I had this newspaper with a code on it so that Robert knew I arrived in the world and thought they could phone call that his prayers were intercepted and say, are you still doing stuff with that Catholic girl? And I brought the newspaper because that has got code on it. Jarry. I mean, it looks weird.
Yeah.
And I thought, I'm going to flirt with this guy. I'm Russian. Who knows Russian? I'll say something. He'll say, what did you say? So I'm going to do that. So I go, he picks it up and hands it to me. I go, God, you're like that. I face it. He answered, what? He said, it's not wise to speak Russian anymore. He said, this is 1963.
This is 63?
April 26th, 1963. That's when I met him.
Oh, my God. He was just
right
back from Moscow, right?
He's only been back less than a year. And wait a minute, I knew these spies. I told you when Terry Lopez was getting on dating. His father was the finance minister of Cuba, Fidel Castro,
Right.
and he was secretly CIA. I learned so much stuff from Tony, you wouldn't believe. Then I knew all this stuff from Knut Nicholson, who was a CIA guy, who taught me all kinds of tradecraft either. It was fun. I learned how to do invisible ink. I said, I was going to tell I was trained by the CIA, but it's by people who like me. I mean, we were involved. And I didn't know. So he thought I was CIA just like him. He had only given the information intercept me and made sure I got to be David Ferry because Mary Sherman could be there and we were supposed to be.
So what was it like when you guys first met? You bumped into each other as you dropped his newspaper. You talked to him about the deal. What did he ask you? What did he say to you?
Well, it's like this. I said it's a business. Stop why I didn't speak. Was it in New Orleans? He said, "Can you wait a minute?" And then he asked for stuff for him. We had to pretend to. And so I heard his name. Is there anything here for Mr. Lee? And Oswald is what he said. So I heard his name right away. And boy, that set off a bell in my head because he was big news in the newspaper. I remember stuff like that. He was big news in the newspapers, way back. And his picture there.
From what again?
Well, he was a so-called defector.
Yeah.
He was front page. Everything he had to do.
This was all over the news before.
Oh my gosh, yes. And here he's walking around Freeman. No way. I need too much. And so, you know what I said to him right away? When he said, he confirmed that he'd been in the USS Army for 30 months and he'd come back with a wife and child. I said, you are shocked. He was shocked. I knew enough to know what kind of man he really was. He wasn't ready for that. All he knew is that some kind of essay was going to make sure to make it back. That's all he knew. When I say he was a hero, he dropped his guard. He wasn't ready for that. So he used to, yeah, he'd gone through just like Nicholson and his family's not have anything to do with him, anything you think is horrible. But he's not, he's one of ours. And to have someone who can talk to this is when I start making it up right away. Because he thought I was in his deep sea was. It's only because I knew all these words and terms, I knew acronyms and everything, it's because of the people I associated by that time for 2 years with anti-Castro patriots. I knew so many things. Yeah. So by the time he and David Ferry realized that David Ferry had asked for somebody, a sister, to help. Because it turned out he had to make lots of plane flights to Miami, trying to get his pilot's license back. Long story. That's it. They asked for a sister. And both of them thought they said a female for the male because he was homosexual and they thought they didn't want anybody to stint. We actually have a witness that was supposed to be there. Michael, of course, he was very difficult. And anyway, he's the one that did the Promise program. He was very young like myself. In fact, he was like 15. Okay? And so they were expecting someone young. And they thought, well, we sent a girl because they don't want to have a guy because Ferry has been accused of seducing young kids, That wasn't true. They were teenagers, but, So they thought they said he was dead. And that was not true. It was Michael who was supposed to go. We had a statement and everything. Okay. But I'm there, because Michael stayed with Guy Bannister for a while, writing his stuff, so he did it the third time. So then I was in there, so Michael did something else. All right, so now I'm with Lee, and Lee says, look, we got to get you out of the White House, and you don't want to be with the strippers. That's when he put me in this place. He called ahead of time, and he thought, boy, word, he shouldn't have done it. He said, I've got a very pretty girl here, and she's very nice, but where's the best place that I can put her? And when they named the place, he knew it was a good place to go, it had changed. The guy who put it in thought he was trying to put somebody in this high-class prostitute. Poorly. He didn't mean it at all. It's just the way he worded it. It came out that way. Now I hate him. I'm out the sidewalk. He kicked out, I hate him. I hate Baker. I hate God. All the men in my life. My father got me out of continent. I'm totally anti-human being male. And he has to deal with me. He feels very bad about what happened. Tries to make up for it. But then finally moves me into this lady's house. And I have a front room, a front apartment. And she has a door where she would leave from the time when he was a little kid. And went to Sunday school classes and she taught arts and crafts and all this kind of thing. And anyway, long story short, Susan had a Claudia, who saw me there with me at the apartment in Washington a couple of years ago, and she's on film and tape and everything. She saw me with me at my apartment, so she thought he lived there. Which I had lots of, there's only one of many witnesses I had. All of that was ignored completely. Now, why is
She's still around?
Oh, yes, she is. I sent you a picture of her. I've sent you a picture of Mary's witness stuff, guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the questions well, a lot of your detractors bring up is like, you have no more proof you ever met me. Because there's no photos, right? We're also talking about the 60s, the early 60s.
Yeah, tell me that people carry cameras around.
Right.
But also, Lee Oswald is pretending to be pro-Castro. He is protecting this group of trying to create a biological weapon to kill Castro.
Right.
And they've done it over 600 attempts.
And how is Lee involved? How is Lee Oswald involved in this so-called plot to create a biological weapon to
All right, I'm
assassinate
going to
Castro?
explain that to you, okay? Because you don't want to have too many people involved. You know, we have a ring of labs. None of the people in the ring know about anything else. Only the part of the project that we're
There were over 159 covert medical research facilities in the U.S.
That's right. Yeah. Well, believe me, I have documents I've shown you about the process showing that
Who's this?
that is a worker at Riley, and her correspondent. She's a witness that yes, I did work at Riley.
The coffee company.
Coffee company, not shop. You see, somebody said coffee shop, and I said, aha, you're looking at somebody who's 25 years old. Yes, you were trying to say, me, and I just worked at a coffee shop.
So it was like a company, a coffee company, that you weren't necessarily pouring coffee like a barista does.
Of course not.
What were you doing specifically?
I was a vice president secretary. Me at 19 years old who could only type 19 words a minute. It went up to 21 at the time.
Okay.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
So you guys were shipping loads of coffee all over the country?
That has nothing to do with it. These cover jobs were hardly there.
So it was coffee, a coffee company.
Coffee company.
What was it cover for?
Well, we had to have some proof of how we were surviving there. What we were doing is we had to have what they call cover jobs. And I gave you a particular, I saved all of them. Now understand that we were told
This
that,
is a legitimate fake stuff.
and I've got all of them.
I mean, this thing is, you can tell it feels like it's decades old. And it says right here, date June, it's printed on here with a typewriter, June 7th, 63, salary $46.
Well, I got a whole bunch. I can't bring everything with me because something could happen to me. I'll just show you an example.
WMB Riley and Company, New Orleans, USA.
Yeah, well, I got all of them. Now, I saved all of them because we thought we were saving America from Castro's Third World War. Okay, we want to get rid of Castro, but we don't want the United States blamed. Now, they did. He gets cancer. He gets lung cancer.
Right.
Who knows more about giving lung cancer? All right, because we killed, at least 150 monkeys that summer.
So I'm sure they had a bunch of ideas on how they could whack it.
But I understand that Lee and I have 11 of us together. We hired the same. Wait,
We're looking at multiple.
yeah, these are all
These
mine,
are all yours? Okay.
but he has them too.
Okay, got it.
They confiscated his, but they match mine.
So you guys started working at this coffee company the same day?
Wait, there's more. People don't know because there are only 2 days in one division thing. Actually, we spent 1 week at what's called Standard Coffee before going there. That was also owned by Riley, but only 8 people were working there. They're trying to say we didn't meet each other, but this is so ridiculous. Again, get this. Standard Coffee, we were there 1 week, we had longer companies there. Okay? And then that same day, we got all the records showing we were transferred together the same day to Riley. And we started work the same day in 2 different departments of the same company, of course. But I had to cover for him. And that means that when in the morning, he would check in, and I got the records. By the way, I had to force the FBI using the contact they had, because the FBI had the records showing that I was the one. 7 times out of 11, I had to go and locate these cards. That's when I had these vice president secretary, because he was in charge of the finances and security. If they ever had trouble with anybody's time card, You're supposed to write May 40 personnel list. They said, yeah, he's been there 40 hours, you know, and he's just time card. They couldn't do it for him because they didn't know where he was. So 7 times out of 11 weeks, the cards came to me, and I marked them. I gave you guys to show you. That's the J on it. I showed you one, right? You have one.
Oh, I have one of the time cards that you signed off on?
Yeah, there's that blue sheet. Where's the blue sheet?
This one. This?
No.
This.
Sheet. Well, it used to be grizzly. But,
Okay.
you got it.
You're not talking about this, though. This is
No, that's passport. I would talk about that. This is
You might have to see the blue sheet. A blue sheet.
well, it's not going to be there. I brought it with me. Oh, here it is.
Oh, there you go.
Here it is. This is authentic. Here. You can see my J. That's it. On the second last. You see this sign, and there's archives. They did a special signature for me because they cheated online and said I didn't sign certain numbers, and then they see, you see their initial even.
Lee H. Oswald, $60.
Yep. You see where it says Jade? It says it's supposed to say May 40, but the 40 has been kind of erased. You see that?
Yep.
I'm verifying he was there for 40 hours when he wasn't. Okay. Now somebody had to verify for me because I went and the vice president herself had to verify for me. He's former FBI agent. He did that. So now here's the thing. What's interesting about this? You've got clock-ins. I just want to show you one more thing. I want you to look at the clock. Look when he clocked in. About he was being good there.
On which one, left or right?
On the left, you see when he clocked in.
Yeah, he's clocking in around 8. One day he clocked in at 9:37.
Yeah, well, often it was later. Yeah.
And then he clocked out at 6 that day. But there's no clock out on any of those days.
Now, wait a minute. Now, look at the clock out again. No, it's right next door. See where it says 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
Now, see, notice how even it is on here, say 5 o'clock, 5:01. See that?
Yes.
That's me clocking out.
Yeah, but this says clock in for lunch. There's first clock in. There's a first clock in on the very left for the morning. Then there's a lunch out and a lunch in. The out is like it has something typed. It says female employees, half-hour lunch. And this is in 5:05:05:05:01, and lunch is
No,
6.
5:01 is when they're clocking out. It doesn't show the lunch in there.
Oh, okay, got it. It's
Now,
under the lunch
now
tab.
notice how big it is on the one side, like you said, 9:30 or whatever.
Yeah.
On the other side, listen, I'm doing it 5 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 5 o'clock, or maybe 5:01. Because I get the secretary, I can go pull his card, bingo, put it in there in front of everybody. And I went out of there at 5. So I got a whole bunch of them. So 5, 5:30, 5:30, all over. On the other side, it's like one time 7:30 to p.m. is when we get the clocking out and this. So I'm saying this.
So where was he during this?
Oh, he was doing all kinds of anti-Castro stuff. Continuing to be pro-Castro, infiltrating, and he found out that the anti-Castro people were working with the CIA and the FBI to Kennedy.
He found out that anti-Castro people,
Plus,
you're talking about
Yeah,
the Cuban exiles,
that's right.
were working with who?
With the mafia, FBI, and CIA, and they had money coming in from military industrial complex and legal out. So it was a cartel, you might say, a cabal. It was a group of them. And the reason it worked is because they could point the finger at anybody and say, I'm back at you. They truly involved so many agencies in so many ways that nobody could accuse anybody but the outside.
Sure.
Who knew about him. He's got it. So he's the first murderer ever on television.
First person to be murdered on live television.
On live television. Because he was so desperate. Because once he got transferred on a public site, he could go contact the CIA and they would do something.
Let's see a quick break. I gotta take a leak real quick and then we'll jump right back in. We're back, people.
I thought I'd love to tell everybody about Lee's passport application here because I'll show you some of the inside stuff that people never noticed all these years until I pointed them out. Now everybody, I say everybody, researchers know how they can have these things for 35 years, 45 years, and 50 years even. And after 50 years, I had to point this out to them because I never saw it.
This passport document?
Yep. Oh, they knew about the document. They didn't look at it very closely.
Let's see. Lee Harvey Oswald, P.O. Box 30061, New Orleans.
Okay,
LA, October 18th, 1939.
that's when he was born.
Oh, that's when he was born. Okay. 5'11".
All right, wait a minute. I'm going to tell you about this, all right?
Okay.
See where it says 5'11"?
Yep.
All the documents having to do with the U.S. government we filled out, even the Marines say 5'11". It was only 5'9".
Really?
Yeah, exactly, because they said this like, they did that big ferry said, wait, it says at least 5'11" on his. We have other documents showing that they always have the rolling, they're always taller on their official documents when they're CIAs. At least all the files that we should
Very
63.
interesting.
Yeah. Now, notice these there, I couldn't prove.
Oh, the passport was issued June 25th, 1963.
Well, when was it actually, when did he make the application?
When did he submit the application? Where am I looking? October. Is it? No, that's not it.
Well, let me tell you, it is on the document, but without wasting time, he submitted it.
September 10th?
No, get this. This is June 25 when he got it.
June 25th, 63.
He submitted this application on June 24th.
What, is it on here?
Yeah, yes, it's got to be. Let me see. It's got to be. Look at the other sheet. Look at the black and white one.
The black and white one?
That's the back of it.
This is the back. Okay.
Yeah. I'll point it out.
Yeah, I can't find it.
Here it is down here. June 23rd. Look down here is where it's at. The application. See? June 23rd.
June 24, 1963. Passport issued June 25th,
Yeah,
1963.
yeah. See? One day. 24 hours. They flew the man in. Now notice that two different, I couldn't prove this until we got it out in color. Finally came out in color. 2018 or something.
Okay.
Yeah, but notice, the color of the guy who signed the passport says Arthur Young. You heard me read the Young. You see the Young? There's the actual name is Charles Thomas. That is kind of a joke. There was, the Arthur Young here is actually associated with helicopter and all that. That is kind of a joke. But there's more. Notice the colors, the magenta ink. See it?
Yep.
Now, Lee said to me, CIA tells me what my occupation is going to be. Now, notice the occupation, what ink color is for me.
Red?
All right, it's the same magenta red as the signature of the guy, the customs officer. Got it?
Got it.
Who filled it out? The occupation. Was it Lee?
No.
No. It was actually this guy is a CIA officer, okay, associated with customs. Filled in photographer.
Photographer.
So Lee became a photographer according to CIA. Okay, that's his official. Now he got this in one day, right? He had to turn in a passport that was covered with Soviet stamps. Bang, 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 bang for Soviet Union.
He didn't even try to make the handwriting look similar to Lee's.
No, he didn't care. No, not at all. Good observation, right? But there's more. I want you to look on that black and white one to see where he intended to go. This is a guy, a returned defector, supposedly hated the United States.
Yeah.
Right? Look where he intends to go. You see the list? I'll point it out to you if you can.
Yeah, I can see it on the right, but it's hard to read.
I'll read it for you. Okay. All right. Not because I have good eyes, because I remember.
Right.
All right. So we're talking about. It says at the top here. Wow, this is really hard to read and write. I'll start at the bottom here. We've got. All right. You got England, France, Germany, Holland, USSR. Poland. Wait a minute. Poland belonged to USSR. And USSR. This guy wants to go back to USSR after turning in a passport full of stuff about USSR. He gets his passport in one day. In the middle of it.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound wrong?
No.
No,
Not at all.
not at all. Why do people, well, that was noticed, but what they did notice, it says here, it's hard to read on this one. Marita Korsakova is his wife. It says, when did you live? Sorry, this is can't copy got on this passport application. It's a lot. It only goes to April 30.
Did you do that on purpose, or did you do that by mistake?
No, he did that on purpose. I'll tell you what he did. I'm just going to sound funny. He said I could have put my name Santa Claus there and he still hadn't passed it. It didn't matter what he put. Now look, I'm going to go further because they've taken this off the internet, but I do have documents. But when he left USSR, he had to get extra money because he didn't have enough money.
Right. So he's writing letters to them. Yeah, I remember he was writing lots of letters back and forth to, I think, Marina, actually, until he heard that, that he didn't like it there.
No, we're talking about he is married to Marina. He is living in the USSR with her.
I thought she was still back in New Orleans.
No, he married her. She's Russian. She's Russian. He was forced to marry someone over there so he could get deported. So it's not marriage made to heaven. All right, we didn't like her good enough. He chose her as far as that goes.
Okay.
But it's
Who is he writing letters to and sending them
his
back?
mother, Marguerite. Not Margarita. Don't get it mixed up. This is everything. Okay. So, I mean, there are so many things I could tell you. Then here's the bottom line in this important. He wants his baby to the United States. That's a big embarrassment thing. And what happened, he told me the Eisenhower administration had him. And when they transferred over to Kennedy, CIA hated him. They gave him a lot of information. He lost a lot of his contacts with the CIA, did not follow up. And then he went back to the United States. He's worthless. He can't contact anybody.
Right.
So he asked to go back. So he goes and he takes most of his life without papers. He went all the way to the U.S. Embassy. If they had found it, checked him on the train all the way there, they could have executed him.
Right.
That's how much he wants to get back to the United States.
Right.
And he wants his child. And he's not going to give up. I'll be kidding you, I'll get him out. There's a lot of stuff you guys don't know. I got the documents of some of this stuff. Because I was able to pick up the stuff before, because of certain names that they lost track of important names. And at least stuff they should have been named, we can make the links. Okay? And I knew the names of these guys have forgotten. But I say, when I mention a lot, okay, is Raul Aparicio. They released hundreds of pages on him because they didn't realize how important he was. So I forgot all about him. All right, he turns out to be very important to me. And they asked when I was in maintenance ago sitting. All right, we were talking about the Leon trying to get out of the Soviet Union. He's got to have enough money to get his wife out and his child. She asked for State Department loan. The small term says you have to be bona fide, a good citizen of the United States to get this loan. So we had 6-page document, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages, okay? And they were on the internet, but since I mentioned it, they have scrubbed them. But I've got the copies. The chief justice really did brought with me because I would, but they were in the National Archives and a lot of stuff is ridiculous. So we have 6 pages. It says passport. It's applications just like this passport application fill out, and all goes well. What he was on page 5. What did you do for your employer in the Soviet Union? The entire page is blank. You still get some money.
Nice.
It's completely blank. Plus, he from Soviet. Now, we're in New Orleans, he's pretending to be Castro. We're not going to have a picture about pretending to be Fort Castro with me who wants to go and kill Castro. Are you kidding?
Right.
It's the last thing you're going to do.
Right.
All right. But on the other hand, to pretend to be Fort Castro in this house so easy for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you do too much. It's your workings. You understand that everybody I'm working with is murdered. Murdered. Except obviously, of course. All right. I sent you a picture. You've got it.
So,
Dr. Murray Sherman.
yeah.
That was, that was me. These are, I just saw a witness. These are witnesses. I had her take the film. She said I saw, she saw, I double dated with her.
Find the photo of Mary Sherman, Steve.
It's the carcass, okay? The black carcass with the arm missing.
Oh, you got her dead body on there?
Yeah. No, I have it so.
Oh, is that it?
No, unfortunately, that shows a guy who had cancer, and then they gave him the, guess what kind of shot,
Yeah,
that's what happened.
you can't find it.
Okay. Now that is
So,
when Dallas asked, when Dallas asked, was Oswald Mexico City, we have something going on. Lee Oswald and I are trying to get out of this whole system. And Lee Oswald and I are going to get fake, brand new sports, brand new IDs, and we're going to live in Mexico. Now that part in Mexico, they knew about it. Mexico City knew that. So when Dallas was asking for pictures, was Oswald in Mexico? They said yes, of course they got him at all. Well, that's why they did that, because they don't want anybody to know that Lee Oswald actually was going to Mexico City. Now, why did they do it? Right. Mexico City, he's down there to drop off a bioweapon to a contact.
this is the story when he claims to be going down there so he can get to Cuba.
Well, actually, he never wanted to go to Cuba.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That was the story.
That's the story, because that's how they framed it. All right. He only wants to try to look like he's getting to Cuba, so CIA was satisfied that when nobody showed up to pick up this. Now, why was he the courier? We developed such a relationship. Like, if he gets down there and he changes his identity, and he's working, people that work in Wayne Scott.
Yeah.
Wayne Scott
Yeah.
is not the thing about what.
Who's Wayne Scott? For people that don't know.
Well, he was at the Mexico City station down there. He was a big shot.
Yep.
All right. Now, unfortunately, when he was working to use his Hamilton,
Right.
Lee Oswald was handled by Hamilton. And Hamilton actually told Lee this when he came back from the Soviet Union. He said, I don't trust you because you did not come back in the coffin.
Oh.
And Lee said, you know how expendable I am? Somebody's telling me that. I got to prove myself. So one of the things happened when nobody showed up, pick up this. They actually, they lured him there so they could say, look, he's there to consult with the Russians, consult with the Cubans. He was actually trying to get a visa so he could get a transit visa just to the airport in Cuba where he has a backup contact that could pick it up.
Right.
And he's going to say that he's on his way to the Soviet Union. He can't say he's on his way back to Mexico because that's where we want to hide. So he has to say somewhere else. So he says Soviet Union. He pretends he knew already his visa had been canceled by the Soviets weeks ago. Okay? He's telling you that down there at the
Mexico City desk.
Mexico City, Russian embassy,
Right.
telling them, hey, look, I don't know what I said, if they get me a Russian, he said, you can do that. He said, well, it's going to take 10 days. You know what he said? I don't have 10 days. This is a special case. I only have 3 days. Now, why did he say that? That's on record. Because the bioweapon would be dead after 3 days. Okay? They said, are you out of your mind? You've got 10 more days on your visa. We probably can get you a visa by now.
Yeah.
In fact, it came through on his birthday, October 18th. Okay? He's already got it. They ordered it back to Dallas. So you've got it on record. You say, oh, we got 3 days. It's because he was carrying the bioweapon and trying to
Get to Cuba.
That's right. So he's got to try to get it to Cuba. He's got to make the effort to make it look like he wants to go to Cuba. He really doesn't. By now, he's figured out, wait a minute, I'll bet. They never wanted the Cubans to get this thing. They just got me down here.
So, okay, let's go back to when I asked you what Oswald's whole part was.
Well, I went up to court to me. Just
Okay.
one.
Okay.
He goes again to the embassy. When that doesn't go through, he tries to reach Robert Aparicio. He runs into Teresa Forenza. Forenza is saying, I'm sorry he's not there. He'll go to the hospital. And by the way, Aparicio's office is booked for that same day Leon's going to show up. Cuban embassy is not the same as Cuban consulate. Cuban consulate is where he's trying to get the visa. Transit visa just to go to Cuba to drop this thing off with the contact. And now on his way to Russia, if he has to tell him somewhere to go, he sure doesn't want to say he's going back to Mexico because that's where we're going to hide. So he uses that because that's logical. All right. And Marina has already been proved in Russia, so he's got a point. I'm not going to join my wife here.
Got it.
But that's not true. That's very minor. He had gotten Marina pregnant again to get an anchor baby so that he could divorce her and the baby would not be deported. Because the big Marina, if they had divorced without that baby being born, what if he agreement. Anybody
Out of the U.S.
of the U.S., of course, because they
So they wanted to have
if
a
they,
baby.
if they, yeah, so they have to anchor baby because they're going to have divorce. Otherwise, they're going to send her back. This is the Cold War. They don't. It's like Chinese today or something.
Yeah.
It's just too bad.
So let's go back to when you.
I just want to say this one thing. He tries again. The Soviet embassies puts a gun down on the table. He said, "Look, I have to carry." They take the bullets out right. I think he's nuts. You've got to give me this visa card away. I knew you could do it. Later, people try, and they're saying, "What's the name of this guy?" He's not later person. The FBI is after you. Why would you? Because we were going to hide in Mexico, and we were working as a continuing forecaster. And our reason for hiding would be that the FBI was after us. Therefore, we would be legitimate as working for the Castro and working for communists. Okay, but we're really going to be informants for the CIA. That's what really was going on. They didn't want any of this stuff to come out. In fact, that the day that he crossed the border on his way to Mexico City, there was a plane that was supposed to pick me up. Alexander Ward and Jeffrey Sullivan, pilots, that were shot down the same day. He's crossing the border. They were going to pick me up, and they shot him down. That's on record.
They shot down
Over Cuban waters. Now, there's some.
Really?
Well, here's the thing. If you look at the map, you see from Debris straight over to Eglin Air Force Base where I was there. And I've got all kinds of
So where were you when he was going down to Mexico City to go to that?
I had my bags packed and I was on my way to Eglin Air Force Base. Okay, where Jeffrey Sullivan and Alexander Gordon picked me up. By the way, all kinds of and fly me to Mexico.
Got it.
To Cancun. Cancun was with all my stuff. I sent you something about Dr. Lewis Andrews IV. He had done an excavation in Cancun. By the way, less than 2 years or 15 researchers and I went to Tulane and we got evidence. Yes, indeed. They excavated in July 1963 there. In August of 63, they had an exhibit at Tulane University showing they were full of water, everything there because they were intending to go back. They never did. They and I were going to go there. And then, of course, they got us as well, nothing new at the time. We had proven that everything was there. And we had the documents and everything. We got the last written document from Tulane University. It's in my book. It's just so important because they were trying to say, look, nothing was there but a sandbar, and you're lying. You couldn't go to Cancun. You got that mixed up because he said you're going to go to the Fine Hotel. The Fine Hotel is a 2-day walk away at Chichen Itza, where I wanted to climb Chichen Itza and all that. Where the Mile Land Hotel was built in 1939 for CNN, off of my flower hour. That's a 2-day walk away from Cancun.
Wow.
They're trying to say the Fine Hotel, I'm saying is like we were, as if Cancun were girls up sitting and obviously it's contratemps. No, they were lying, and of course we had the documents showing now that they actually had coconuts there, they had weeks of supplies, they had a landing strip for CIA to use. Yeah.
I want to rewind a little bit and go back to when after you guys first met, you were
It took a while to get to
were
trust him.
recruited by these people that were all working under Elton Ochsner, including Mary Sherman and David Ferry, and there was
We have new witness showing that David Ferry did meet. His name is Ricardo. His father's a orthopedic surgeon, worked with Dr. Sherman, introduced David Ferry. Okay, introduced David Ferry to Dr. Sherman. So we have all these connections. All the time.
So at what point did you figure out that you, Mary Sherman, Elton Ochsner, David Ferry, and Lee were all part of this covert plan to take out Castro?
Well, what happened is that accidentally I was put on the covert side. It's never supposed to be on the winning side because I came early and Lee and all them thought I was because all the knowledge I had and speak Russian and I said and mentioned I was going to work for Mary Sherman and they had asked for an assistant. And it's neat to know thing could really backfire when they would give enough information. So I ended up being on the side that was winning. Well, I really missed took prisoners, that if this worked, it would kill them. When I objected, they kicked me out and sent me back. But they had a problem because if I'm to sit back and I'm not doing any more cancer research, people say, what happened to your arms? So they put me in very fancy, high-class forensic chem research, and I've got all the doctors why I did high-class research there, because they got some way to divorce me from cancer research, but not even, so they put me in massive contracts and what kind of thing.
Okay, so how long were you working with Mary Sherman and David Ferry in New Orleans?
Well, at first it had nothing to do with me, but we met her in public and she doesn't want to acknowledge. I mean, I didn't realize how secret all that was at that point. But about some days later, I'm taken and introduced to her by David Ferry. And she apologized for not speaking to me at the party where she had to pick up tutors actually from David Ferry and show up at this party. And I heard she would speak to me and I was hurt. I couldn't understand what was going on. The book is, everything's explained in my book, so you can see what was going on. Anyways, Mary apologizes, and she said that, by the way, this is the day that they talk about Mount Everest, and I got the dates, because I wrote all these dates, you know. So it's the anniversary they're talking about Mount Everest. That's what they're talking about when I ended, when Mary introduced me to David Ferry City, and wow, David is here. And, she apologized for not talking at that time. It's like, we've got big fish to fry here, we've got a big problem. We thought we were just trying to take out Castro. That this is very important to take him out because it's saved the world from World War III. Well, I was all for that. He was aiming for missiles at my family, and everybody. I saw like somebody today would say, hey, if you could take out Putin and not just cancer, nobody would guess this. Bioweapon, would you do it? And save us from all this Ukraine stuff and all the dangers. So I was getting a song and dance, and all of us were really, actually what you stated. That man, if you read that, he had advisors he was working with, they would stop the Vietnam War. And Chanel, his good friends, her husband died after his clinic, or he went there diagnosed with cancer and everything. That she went to Oxford before they went to the summit. She was the one who pulled off the summit. And Chanel did it. That would have stopped the Vietnam War. These people didn't want the Vietnam War happen. Kennedy did not want to. So,
they also, the Joint Chiefs of Staff also had a plan
Oxford's DD all these people.
to nuke China and Russia before Russia was able to get their hands on ICBMs, which would have been in January of 1964.
See, you know these things. So you understand that we felt the urgency to take out Castro, and CIA is going to focus on taking Cuba because then you can do the revolution, with Castro. But get Cuba back, and that means maybe they won't take out Kennedy. Now we weren't sure, but we thought that they kept the alliance because they'd have to inflict over Kennedy. We got them back anyway. But you know what? They don't put up for money, so much on the Castro paper. So he has been absolutely trained to keep this stuff alive. We showed him how to do
You
that.
guys showed him how to keep these viruses alive
That's right.
and travel with them. Did he travel with like a little like ice pack thing?
Well, no, because that would be what it was. It was special. It looks like just a regular a thermos. All that thermos has air vents and everything. If you took, we had a different kind of indicator tells you how much acid in the base. As it gets more acid, you have to change the medium inside. But he had one change. He had one change. So he had basically two thermoses. You can't carry 3 or 4. You can't. Right. But if you looked at it, literally, you can put it in your mouth and gargle with it. It tastes almost like chicken soup. I'm saying that because the cancer cells are sticking. This is giant tissue that's all glass inside waiting. The cancer was the fluid in between cancer and life. Almost they can be very blood, maybe some dead cancer cells or something that are alive. So I mean, you could literally, when it tastes like meat chicken soup. You can run it like milk. It'd be like bone
broth.
Yeah, it'd be like bone. You'd never guess.
So you guys taught him how to travel with this cancer.
Yeah, and how to change the fluid one time, so
How to change the fluid to keep it alive.
that's right, because you only have 3 days.
3 days.
Yeah.
And
And
what
it's
was
got to get light. It's got to get light. It doesn't get any of that.
so you guys packed him up with this stuff before he went down to Mexico.
That's right.
And
Well, the entire detail of how he did it is all in the book. There, I've got, you said, you can see all kinds of documents and everything.
and what was his plan once he got to Cuba?
All right, well, no, originally he didn't want to go here. He didn't want to go to Cuba.
Well, who was he going to give this to?
He was supposed to just go to a souvenir shop and sit down and wait and make sure that nobody came.
Souvenir shop where?
In Mexico City.
In Mexico City.
Yeah. The guy never showed up. This is terrible. It happens sometimes.
So he never actually wanted to go to Cuba.
No. Now we can kind of prove that because he goes to get a visa, an emergency transit visa. Transit is a key. That means they never want to stay there. All right. All these things about I want to go to Cuba. Just get a visa.
Okay.
I mean, I've got so many explanations for what they create. So, all right. But he looks like kind of weird because he really doesn't know. He knows damn well that he didn't show up. His handler was supposed to tell him, that everything's okay instead. His handler took off, turned out 6 days earlier. Lee was able to trace, that's why he actually traced the actual number of his handler because he was told he was Benton, and then when he met with Antonio Cristiano, operations 66. So,
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, what's going on?
The investigator sees it. He says to him,
What's up?
Phillips, the same member. Maybe that the Phillips had already told him.
Yeah, but I asked the investigation. What are you talking about?
Benson, okay. So Cristiano came early and he says, Senior Bishop. No, we've got Benson, we've got Benton, we've got Bishop. We really call him Mr. B because obviously
I don't think
he's so
so.
far down the list that he didn't care.
Is it just spinning?
Right, maybe even. All that's important because when that plane took off with his handler,
It's on an device, so I don't worry too much
6
about it.
days earlier, he checked all the schedules and realized that these planes, one that up in Fort Worth, this guy kept going to Fort Worth. He figured out it was David. That was his real name.
All right. So he was supposed to take this file, this thermos, and drop it off in a souvenir shop.
Yeah.
Where?
Well, this was in Mexico City. And here's the thing. He's got to make it look to the CIA he really cares. So he's got to be very available because we've got plans that Mexico City knows about but Dallas doesn't. Because they don't communicate that way with each other. No, you'll have all kinds of things. Like when Scott had so much stuff about Lee Oswald, you have James Jesus Everett. He dies, he comes and steals everything out of the same.
It's just a real device.
When Scott knew that Lee started an affair with Sylvia Duran, not because he didn't love her, but because he has to make himself useful. Because Machuga was having an affair with Sylvia Duran and wanted to marry her, and he's the former, he was ambassador just until recently to the UN for Cuba. That is very important to tell the truth. So Lee had this going on with Sylvia, he seduced her at 24 hours. He's an expert. Wow. Taught in that Sugi mother to seduce women.
Silver tongue, huh?
More than that.
Oh, yeah?
Oh my gosh. Puppy dog eyes and vulnerable and sweet and tender and everything that the was all of that. And
So who was supposed to pick up that thermos? Did
he
you know who or no?
he had a list of contacts. He had the names memorized. So when that didn't work, when he was afraid he couldn't get the visa time, he actually went to the University of Mexico City, and ran into some students who were associated with another medical contact. He couldn't reach him either. By the time he's invited them to a party with Sylvia, he's off by himself with his college students. They said, "What does he know about us?" It's because of the contact names he had, okay? They could figure out how he knew that they were actually pro Castro.
Right. So what did he do with that thing when nobody picked it up?
Well, he's got a problem. He's got to leave it. He can't take it back with him. It's got rotten stuff in it. So he leaves it behind, but he stops at the U.S. Public Health Service right there at the radio before he crossed the border. It's on record, although they've retracted it. We have records.
Right.
And apparently he left a contact told him somebody there, probably some encryption or something, I don't know. Because two people working there didn't understand why he was there. But he told me he left information where he left, that he left there, just encryption.
Now, at any point during any of this, did anybody brief you on what you were doing? Like anybody officially from?
I've had twice they called you.
When was the first time that happened? Like you just went to New Orleans on this assignment, and then
Most times it's guys are not right.
Right, develop this kind of stuff. But these are the people you're meeting who are saying this shit. How do they prove to you that you're doing it? How do me or Mary or anyone else prove to you that you guys are actually doing research for the military to take out Castro?
First of all, very many animals die by airborne, and that's really scary. So I'm finding out that all the marmosets have died, all of them have died in such a short period of time, and it's the same stuff. I'm so familiar with it. They have gone through, we did the first gain of function. This is all gain of function over and over again. We're the first.
Right.
And I wrote a document.
I understand that, but what I'm trying to say is, how did they prove to you that this was the objective?
Well, first of all, a whole lot of money went into this. And big money, big bucks. And this thing started March 23rd, 1962, a whole year before me. And they had a linear particle accelerator. That thing's worth a lot of money.
Did you ever see it?
No, but I see it all the time.
Really? And then, so you guys were in an apartment doing this stuff, right? This was David Barry's apartment, is that right?
Yes. No, you have to understand, of course, I had access to other lab facilities, but that's what's been.
So basically, there was the underground research being done in David Barry's apartment.
Yeah.
He had tons of these money.
No. Okay, look, we had this ring of labs. The problem is that ring was complete, and we were afraid they'd figure out about each other. So they break that ferret. All right, and Mary sure was next between that. All right. Now, all our reports, when they go to Mary, she goes straight to Oxford with the MLS. And then we start this every Tuesday, we started over again and all that. We don't have any way of any control over what they decided. One time, several times we had to kill 500 mice at a time for a lot of these organ mice.
Now, what was Mary doing with these mice, taking them to the hospital and putting them under this $10 million particle accelerator?
Well, that happened too, but mostly we're working with actually the tumors themselves, not the live mice. Yes, always thousands of them, because all the time they're hoping to use just to be more powerful. They had this machine and they're doing it and all that. The bottom line for me was I had to go and assess that this stuff. Please remember the word pancreas. You're going to see so much pancreatic cancer and brain cancer. So those are the kind of cancers that we work with to develop this terrible virus with. Okay? And of course, we're seeing then they're going to do it on humans. And that's when I realized how deep I'd gotten into something, because I was told that terminal disease and terminal infection. The prisoners that they brought in from Limbo prison, and I gave you a document showing it. Dick Russell shows that since 1960 they were using prisoners from Limbo prison and doing stuff. Heath was doing it, and we have other names that are associated.
And how close did you get to this? How close did you get to these prisoners that were being tested?
All right. I remember I told you I had a blood test involved. Whether or not you have cancer is very valuable. The idea is you're going to inject them with it. If it's still there, we tag them with radioactive electron. So, and you said on these ejected cells, if we substitute, they can multiply, and every time you do the trace is going to get weaker by 50%, and then 25%. So you got to get in there pretty soon. On the other hand, you have to wait long enough to see if human beings are going to sift it out. If they get weak, willing to go along with that, they were going to kick me out after this. Because this blood test, if it turned out that the person sifted out their body, I would say, don't do it to anybody else, it doesn't work. So, on the other hand, if it did, I would say, don't do it to anybody else because it works. So I had to go up there and do the test. Just to stop it. Just to stop it.
Right.
And when I did that, I learned, like, it's centrifuge everything down. I did the test, and the radioactive material was still there, so it was going to kill me because it was not falling anything I measured. And you used to see me have a biological weapon. This thing was handed off to MD Anderson Hospital. I have documents from that. They don't want me to talk about that. I get in trouble every time I mention it. And that, a lot of other things have happened to me.
Okay. So, and all of this cancer research that you got, well,
They froze it. They froze it. I actually helped create materials that they wanted, so they could freeze it so it would not almost forever. Understand that cancer cells don't line unless it's one of these, what they call immortals. If after 28, 30, or whatever, they're going to divide their different food and they're going to die off, so you put it in the freezer. And then you multiply tons of it, any time you want at that level.
Isn't it true that Mary is also trying to develop some sort of cancer vaccine?
Well, that's how it began.
That's how it began. Oh, that was before all this.
Yes, and then they realized that they had something that could help the country avoid World War III, and it was sold to them.
So at some point it got co-opted.
It did. Well, I don't know why people think it. We didn't either, because back then we trusted our government. We trusted CIA. We trusted FBI. They were on our side. It turns out they were on the Kennedy's side. You went to smash the CIA that had pieces, thousand pieces. Yeah. So they went with him. And
so, okay, let's go to the end of this whole story and how Lee ended up on that route on November 22nd.
okay, so he calls me. But here's the thing. Actually, I called him.
And real quick, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
But from all the stuff that I've learned about what actually happened on November 22nd and everything, because as far as I'm aware, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was an active FBI file and CIA file on Lee at that time. They were tracking everywhere he went. There was a CIA person at every desk that he was going to in Dallas, Mexico City, New Orleans, and there was what's called a flash on his FBI file, right? So he was like,
well, that was removed,
and it, right. So that's what I was getting to.
Yeah.
Is everywhere he went, he was very high on the FBI's list.
And they were trying.
Who sent, like, it was a red flag. If he was anywhere, like, they know where the hell he's going. So
but that's not what they told the people. They said we didn't know anything about what he was doing. Remember that?
Right. I'm going to explain for the audience. So the day before Kennedy was assassinated, that high-level flash warning that was on his FBI profile was broken.
Absolutely.
And because if it was on there, him being on that route on November 22nd, I disagree, was the equivalent of a fleeing of Lysol condition.
Yeah, that's right.
Because there's no way in hell you would let a guy like that be anywhere near that.
That's right.
Nothing. So the fact that his FBI flash stop thing was removed the day before, that is a massive red flag. There was some sort of something sinister going on that they wanted him to be there.
But eventually shouldn't be blamed.
And I think
You can't blame them if they go to one flash, right?
Right. And when I had John Newman here, he said that he interviewed one of the ladies who signed off on that flash stop that was working with the CIA, Jane Roman.
Oh, really? Yes.
And he interviewed her before she died, and he said, "What does this mean?" And she said that she kind of smiled at him and said, "It's indicative of a need to know on the highest level that is above my head." And basically, however she said it to him, was basically like something sketchy happened, and she basically admitted that, like, I don't think the CIA was very happy with her after that meeting with John.
Well, there's nothing else you could say. That too much stuff would come out. There are many files out there that we don't know exist because they thought they got wrong stories. People have no information. You've got the Clinton Jackson Institute, Hero Investment. I said, well, I went up there in 10 feet. Before that, Lee Oswald, David Ferry, and Clay Shaw and Garrison went up there. They went up there and virtually gets these people rejected. And Clay Shaw was there with bribery money. And that went very well because these people are going to do this for nothing to their state house. And Oswald was observing because everything was written down. Now we had a lot of stuff written down, but not the stuff that was important to him. And so he is observing some of the ideas were never picked up that in Mexico City. They would have had another meeting here or told him how to handle it all for his health care.
Right.
Yeah.
So at what
And
point?
then David Ferry was there doing judges because there wasn't anybody who would take their responsibility. Now they're sitting there for hours. People are going, they think, well, we have to get you guys more to register. The court could have dropped them off the hook. They couldn't because they had to go and wait for a phone call at the bank. There was only a payphone in town. They had to sit there and they didn't know the day before Martin Luther King had died. Evergreen Station is the town of Clinton. There's a town hall there, the first seat. And all these people are lined up the whole and they're stuck there because they're waiting for a phone call. They took the phone call, they waited 3 hours for a phone call.
Right.
They can't leave. And anybody knows if just to drop Lee off to, because that was an excuse to register to vote. So somehow work at this insane asylum so that they can claim he's insane. All the crazy things about it are not true. But of course, Lee gets out of the car because everybody's staring. He stands in line because he ran into a woman and she had actually an 88 degree, and she's black. And they said she failed her literacy test and couldn't read the Constitution. They couldn't show everything. She was crying. She had stood in line. They said, I'm going to stand in line now, but I can just flash myself and say, yeah.
Explain that story real quick. So Lee, David Ferry, and Guy Bannister.
Not Guy Bannister.
I thought Guy Bannister was there.
No, that is a lie. It's Clay Shaw, and we have the document saying that he put out.
Oh, it was Clay Shaw.
That's why Garrison went after him.
Oh, okay. I must have got the names mixed up.
No, they put the inserted Guy Bannister later.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's a lie. We have all the documents. And in fact, I gave you a deed on it there.
And just so people can follow, who was Clay Shaw again?
Clay Shaw is the director of the underdirector of the International Trademark. And he
was the independently wealthy businessman.
Well, he's mainly pretty wealthy, but the point is that he had all the contacts with CIA and attorney.
He was the only guy that was brought in on the.
Well, they could because he really wanted to go after Oxnard. Oxnard was so popular, he didn't dare. He started there with Oxnard.
Right.
I gave you a picture showing Oxnard and Clay Shaw together. And the reason that I did that is because they even claimed that they didn't know each other.
Right.
International House, you saw that, they're the ones that raised for Kennedy, okay? International House was run for 9.5 years. Clay Shaw was there with Oxnard.
And Clay Shaw's the only one who brought it to this trial, like Harrison, right?
Because he had enough contacts, obviously, with the CIA and the bad guys, yeah.
Wow. So,
I've never lost these people.
Why did they want to bring Lee? What was the town again? Clinton?
It's a Clinton.
Why did they want to bring him there to register to vote?
Well, they didn't. That's the lie. He only got out of the car and stayed in line, so he would be stared at while he was in the car. So he said, I'll do that because this girl came by and said, he refused to sell, but I can register and I don't even belong to this.
Why were they doing that? What was the reason?
What?
Why did they go there?
Again, they had arranged before knowing about the Martin Luther King thing that I had agreement.
Yeah.
It was sleeping because that convoy was coming up from Angola prison, these prisoners.
Okay.
And they want to join the convoy with all their injections and all the stuff they've got. And they have to have a fancy car. Clay Shaw is driving a fancy car. He's got the money. And he's going to join the convoy. You've got a fish car in the back. You've got I don't know what they have, but you've got a Cadillac, white Cadillac, all in it together. But you can't go in by yourself. You're going to ask for credentials. So go in. They have to wait for the phone call. there's a long road before you can be seen. Go turn me to Jackson to go to the mental hospital. We're going to meet him there. Well, they can't sit there on the road there. People with those, on the big highway, right? If they could sit by a phone booth and wait for a phone call, exactly. It's a timing record. We're only talking about 20 miles, to join them. And then delayed and delayed and delayed. I don't know, because so the owners for 6 months and they had to move for sure.
Wow. Okay, I see.
Then it's red tape. Well, they tried to hide all this and said that they were just waiting for the people. They could have gone to a coffee shop around the corner. We must sit there. So we had 15 people. This was about we went up. We found all these things. We worked with me. We went to Clinton. And I said, that phone booth is right there on Liberty Street. Maybe we can still find evidence that it was there. Because it was the only one in town that was called a phone booth, where you could park your car right there. Sure enough, we found it. We found the wiring, we found the wood parts, and where it was painted and everything. It was gone, but all the wiring was there and everything, just like exactly where it was. Wow. Because I have a map of it. I even knew where the firm was located. Because
At what point did we find out about this plan to kill the president?
they knew at least by March. There was a famous fellow who was called Wink. I see Albert Thomas winking at Lyndon Johnson in the plane, and right after Lyndon Johnson started, he was grinning and winking. Albert Thomas in March 1963 Kennedy invited to Texas because he was going to retire. This is in Houston. Albert Thomas gets on the plane after they celebrate, dinner when he's resigning and all that. Now get this, these things were not Johnson sure. You can imagine him going, Albert Thomas going very familiar. You can imagine Albert Thomas getting on the plane maybe to first. Okay, he spends the night there. And he's there to Dallas. Right. He's right. Albert Thomas is still on the plane. When Kennedy's shot, he's on the plane, and he goes, take it off, and you're going to go to Washington, D.C.
Right.
Wait a minute. How many people do you know that you're going to meet in some certain city, you're going to their dinner, then they get on the plane with you, and they follow you? Where's the suitcase of whatever? He spends 2 years up there before he they say you're going to die. And you got that money. He's the one that set up to get Kennedy on this route to North Texas. That's why that was March of 1963. Now, those people who was following them, Oxford, wherever it's going, he was very close friends with Mary Sherman. Yep. So they found out.
So Mary and Lee found out through Oxford, somehow through Oxford.
Well, Oxford being so he would take Mary.
Did Lee tell you how he learned about this specifically? Did he give you any specifics?
No, the meeting I had was between David Ferry and Mary Sherman. Said when they told me that they knew of these things and that I had to trust them just like they had to trust me with this kind of information, because they need my expertise. Look, this is shady to me. The party that David Ferry invited me to was full of homosexuals, and people were screaming that they wanted to kill Kennedy and all this stuff. They're all anti-Castro people. And yes, David Ferry's picking up all kinds of information about because they want to kill Kennedy. So he's kept, you see what I'm saying? And I said, well, this is crazy. I don't want to have any of these people like kill Kennedy. So they had to take me to Afghanistan. Just say I've got documents I showed you.
He took you to go to Afghanistan.
That's right.
Okay. When was this?
That was right after this horrible party where I said, look, I'm going to have anything to do with this. Are you crazy? You're saying you want to kill Kennedy. David Ferry said that out loud. Mm-hmm. And he said to me, Dave said, at this meeting with Dave, later, he said, what am I going to do? Am I going to say hail to the chief for people who want to kill Kennedy? Or am I going to stay along with this? I'm going to go along with this so I get more information from you. So, now, wait. David Ferry at Bay of Pigs in July, 1961, when Bay of Pigs happened, he hated Kennedy's guts. He put it to me this way. Now, remember, David Ferry desperately tried to get me to be Catholic again. He was going to be a priest. When I became an atheist and I was going to be a nun, that's how he got so close. He did everything was tolerated.
He desperately wanted to be like a church father, didn't he?
Oh gosh, he did. He wanted to be only
That's what.
Well, that the official version is not true. What happened is that they were him in his seminars.
Mm.
And finally, he believes that that's what God, I saw him. I've got a whole book on David Ferry. Now, how can I write a book about him if I'm doing that? It's like over 350 pages.
Wow.
All right.
Okay, so he said he's hanging out with all these anti-Kennedy
And
people.
thank goodness that he really hates Kennedy, but he heard that Kennedy was responsible for bad pigs. That was the official story. And there's this retired, this
He
really,
said he started to really hate Kennedy.
it's worse. He was such a wonderful speaker. He was given the opportunity to have the keynote speaker for a whole bunch of retired military officers.
Okay.
Now, I was also sponsored by military officers. That's how I got Russian and all of that. So, I mean, I understood. So they had a keynote speaker. He got up there and said, I thought I was pretty good on Kennedy, but now I know what he's like. Because at the Bear Pigs, he lost two of the pilots to get sick from relationships with the training.
Okay.
And so he thought it was Kennedy's fault. So he stands with these retired military officers in 61, and he says, somebody should have come out from behind the bush and shoot them. In his open car. And they made him get off the stage. About 50 of them. Well, he's hiding behind the curtains till everybody leaves. And what happened? It was over. 15, he said. About 10% of them came behind the curtains, so he felt like he didn't get killed after so he to one office. That's how come David Ferry was able to get information from these people, because he worked as a courier for them for 3.5 weeks. It doesn't sound like very long, but they all trusted him by then. That then he lost the job with Eastern Airlines. And it helped because they still trusted him. But anyway, he all the contacts. And Mary Sherman was from Chicago. Okay? Jack Ruby's from Chicago. And I gave him information showing you that they murdered Jack Ruby in Parkland Hospital. That's the one back in the see it. He did find him alive with over 500 x-rays in just 22 days. It's enough to make you sick. Again, after he was a background. The National Archives called me, and I personally got those records more than anybody else in the world, because they were mad that online people had taken my documents and altered them. And so they gave me the original documents about surgery.
You fried him alive. But wasn't there a story?
And I gave you the thing showing you Al Maddox. I showed you I had contact with him. I had phone number and everything. I showed you that. Now, Maddox was his jailer. He told him I got injected with cancer cells. He was one of the mafia people who sent money. Mafia, the anti-Castro Cubans, this whole group sent money from different directions, so you could tell where it was coming from.
Right. So Jack Ruby, he was being visited by a guy by the name of
Jolene West.
Jolly West.
Jolene West. They call him Jolly for short.
Right.
All right. That was FKR. I forgot.
Yeah.
Used to have dinners that had somebody on his for 2 weeks. They didn't remember their own name.
Right. And this was before he shot Oswald, though, right?
No, he was in jail. All right, he was in jail, and they brought him in because he was tripping himself.
So Jolly West started visiting. Jolly West never visited Jack Ruby until after he shot Oswald.
That's right. He was in jail. He was a prisoner there, and then he get full access to court. Jack Ruby, okay, to do whatever he wanted. And he messed him up so much. Jack was sticking his finger up in the socket to try and electrocute himself, everything. That way, you're going to tell somebody you got injected with cancer cells, nobody's going to believe you. And he did that. He injected the cancer cells. A few weeks later, he is so sick that they put him in
Jolly West did this?
Yes, of course.
So why would he try to? So
they were going to have another trial on Jack Ruby the very day he was supposed to be transferred to another city to start a second trial. They don't want that.
Right.
That's the day he enters Parkland Hospital. He gets 42 x-rays in one day. Even Christmas Day and Christmas Eve, he got x-rays. He got an x-ray for Sunday off the record, 2 of them, on the 27th of December. And he could not even sit up in bed by that. He was so sick. They wheeled out a portable x-ray machine to x-ray him at his bedside.
How did he get him to shoot Oswald?
It was forced. He cared about leaving it. I know that he liked leaving. He had done it since he was a kid. let me explain something. Jack, well, I see, read my book here, but see, I've got all the background for this. It's not made up or anything. Jack Ruby and Lee Oswald's uncles, Roots Red, was a bookkeeper for Carlos Roselli's godfather. Ruby used to be honest all the time to report that his godfather took over Dallas for Joe Savella and was running from St. Louis. So Jack Ruby is working Savella and Jack Ruby own the Carousel Club together. He's not a nightclub owner, he's a half owner of a mafia run carousel place, Yeah.
Wow. So who forced him to shoot him?
Well, basically everybody did. And they said, here's why, he knew too much. I mean, this guy knew Lee Oswald that he knew about the project. And on top of that, he had gotten, well, very frankly, I'm still believe that I believe he did not want to kill Kennedy. And somehow they figured that out. And they knew he knew enough that he could talk. So they made him, they kidnapped one of his dogs. By the way, the dog that's in the car there is not his favorite.
Who are we talking about right now?
Jack Ruby. Yeah. And anyway, Dave Ferry very close to him. In fact, I met Jack Ruby for the first time in David Ferry's apartment. All right. We got a long story about what happened there. Yeah, it's so complex, but it's all there. It all fits. And I have witnesses. Remember, I've got witnesses that for all the way about David Ferry and Mary Sherman say it didn't happen. And I've got so much information on David Ferry nobody had that now they found. See, one way you prove who you are is you put out information out there that nobody had before. And they look for it, they find it. And I've got news. And here we've got Paul David Ferry, Jack Ruby. That's okay, knowing each other and all that. They, of course, murdered so many of these people.
Yeah.
And, how they did it with David Ferry, I wish I had enough time to explain everything to you. There is this is huge. The reason that they solve this is because it is complex. If it were simple,
Right.
we wouldn't have this problem.
Of course.
And then they can do things like say Jackie shot the husband. But all this stuff that obfuscated. The last thing I heard about is the name of David Ferry Baker.
Right. Right. So, okay, let's go back to when Kennedy was assassinated. And you were saying that.
They contacted me after 37 hours before.
Right. And you were explaining how David Ferry decided that after the what was the name of the operation that was going over there to when the Bay of Pigs failed?
Oh, okay.
And a bunch of his guys, his lover boys, got murdered during that.
Yeah,
and then he decided he now hated Kennedy. And then how did that transition to Lee knowing that he was involved in all this?
Okay, yeah, I apologize. I thank you for putting me back on track.
Yes.
So many things in my head going on. It's tons of stuff, okay? And I don't forget anything, so I see the same pictures, and that kind of disturbs me as well.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
So imagine he's got this information, and he's got Mary Sherman, has all these contacts with people at University of Chicago. And Lee finds out that there's a plot in Chicago. And he manages to contact the FBI. We have Abraham Bolden, Sir Smith, James Douglas, and Lee reports that somebody named Lee is someone in the family, and he broke up the plot to kill Kennedy in Chicago. Now they're going to do something else.
Lee broke it up?
That's right. We've got it on record. Well, the name's Lee, and the informants, and I'm telling you, everybody really knows that was Lee.
Didn't they also try to kill him here in Tampa?
Yes, but Lee, no, I don't know about Tampa, but I do know about Miami, that Lee also there, military, Joseph military, they said, well, we're going to get him, he's on video, he's on audio, saying we're going to kill him from a high-powered rifle here from the high building, this building here, or towns. Or, or
Who was on audio saying?
Joseph military, yeah, and we have this FBI agent that is assigned to that to make sure that the airport. But anyway, Lee also was involved with that, and so Jack Kennedy came in on board. That's one.
So, they found out that Lee was trying to save Kennedy from these assassinations.
So
He was notifying the FBI about it.
he
And
chose
how is he finding this stuff out?
again. Lee Oswald is pretending to be pro Castro, and he's learning all kinds of information. Castro doesn't want to be blamed for Kennedy's. They're amazed and said he's trying to find out information who wants to kill Kennedy. He's got all these different sources. They've got to get rid of this guy.
Okay. Wow. And was he talking to you about all this stuff during the time, or did you learn all this later?
All along, we were going to live together and all that, and they got forced to go back to Dallas. They said they promised to go back to Mexico when they found out that's what we really wanted to do after Christmas. First they said before Christmas, then changed it to after. And that's when he gets a temporary job at the Texas School Book Depository. Always before, wherever he went, he had several jobs, and she was always in. That's not the way it was in the end. They even call him his estranged wife. He goes to visit them on weekends, and all that. And he's still living in just a little tiny place. And he takes a temporary job. He had offers for permanent jobs, and he turned it down because, of course, he wanted Christmas. Texas School Book Depository, there was a setup. They fired 2 people the day they hired him. The book depository in September passes census books all over Texas, school books, all right? That's when you need personnel. By October, we're talking about October 10th and 15th, it starts work. They don't have any more orders, hardly. You see what I mean? But they hire them anyway. Now they've got 3 order takers at the school book deposit. And of course, it's really a cover job. He's gone a lot.
So how did he not
There's
know?
another
How did he not know they were going to try to black him in Dallas?
There's so much in that. There's so much background information I've not been able to give to you because we haven't had time. There never is enough time.
Right.
I told you it took 18 hours for me to explain all of this to the attorney.
Wow.
And they put that into a 46-minute thing called the level form. And it took all my evidence out, and they took all my witnesses out, and they took pictures of my family up close, and they got in trouble, and my family's got almost nothing to do with me since one of my sons hasn't spoken to me since 1999. I'm a danger to my family, and so then I got denounced by one of my sons recently. Just a couple of days ago, it's been really hard. I said, we don't care if you destroy our family, we don't care what happens to us. All you care about is your fame. It's not anything about fame. It's because I love Lee Oswald. Don't you know what? I've been approached and said, look, you heard me get a movie off of that. I was sitting there and all the time. You heard the thing? Did you hear that?
Kind of. I was
Yeah, right. I mean, you can tell stuff is going on. It's always been that way. But the trouble is I'm not one to secret that. I was offered, with a deal. They wanted to make a big story saying how we had a love affair and all that because he lied to me and he went out to kill Kennedy. And the whole thing I had was actually trying to prove his innocence. And that would be rich if I just go along with that. Turning down the course.
So, how did Lee, if he knew about the attempts on him in Chicago and in Miami, how did he not know about the attempt on how did he not know previous to the attempt at Dallas?
I did.
He did, but
He joined an abort team.
That's an abort team.
Yes, and we have the record from Jim Mars and says no crossfire, which he altered to add my testimony. All right? Because tough going. There was an abort team trying to follow him along. Now they can't go and just knock guns out of his hands because then they can't be used again, right? But they would stand in line to fire, or they'd do a distraction or something so they couldn't fire.
And this way, what is an abort team?
The abort team, and just follow Kennedy around a lot, and maybe they're doing it all the time, I don't know. But the whole idea is to make sure you look where people might be shooting, and you make sure you're standing in line of fire, or if you see something suspicious, you make a distraction so that they can't shoot them, or they'll be noticed if they shoot.
Oh, wow.
Because you cannot do that directly or you're no good anymore. They got guns and all that. You got to believe how many people that they were tracing and tracking. What they did, the CIA did this, the FBI did this together. They put so many threats out there that they couldn't carry them all. They were an exhausted team that reached Dallas late.
So it was so did
Lee was part of it.
Lee talk to you about this team?
Absolutely, I've said I talked to him 37.5 hours before the assassination. He told me how he
Can you walk me through the conversation?
Yes, I'm well out of that can. Some of it after all, I have never divulged all of it because all of it was very personal. But and it gets to me viscerally. You understand? Because he told me they're going to kill him. He expected him. But he was in the sky. If he fled, he said they would kill me. They would kill his babies. They would kill his wife. Same thing with Jack Ruby. He was threatened the day before he told me because he gave away. Jack Ruby was very close to the mafia. And what they knew, what they understood, was that the way it was directed to Jack Ruby. And this was through his name was Currington, and he was with Howard Hunt, the hunt that is, not Howard Hunt, the hunt that is the multi-millionaire in Dallas. All right. And Hunt had Currington find out how much protection Lee Oswald had. They made sure that Jack Ruby was contacted else. And the inside information was this, because people care. And they said they would cut every protruding part of his body off. They would kill his family, they would torture his dogs to death, and so on. And they would get somebody else to do it if he didn't anyway.
Is this the guy called Haraldson?
Currington, C-U-R-R-I-N-T, Currington.
Currington Hunt?
No.
The millionaire Hunt?
Yeah, the millionaire Hunt. Currington is his secretary. No, sorry, that's his secretary.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
He's the one who said he went up and down the elevator with Lee Oswald and with Jim Lavelle at the time, detective. Had no protection. He said, easy peasy, easy going to shoot him. We made sure we were tested. Because we got to be behind this too. He knew about us.
All right, so that conversation you had with Lee 36 hours before he
37
hours before the president died, he said that they told me I had to be a part of this protection team for the president. And
no, he joined.
Oh, he
He
joined.
said he joined it after he found out he joined. And
Why did he want to join?
he pretended, just like Jack, everybody pretended that they wanted to kill Kennedy. It was the only way to get information. Right? Like David Ferry told me clearly, he said, when he found out he was really in charge, he said, that was my Catholic brother. I voted for him. You know, with Irish blood, both have Irish blood. He said, when I found out what they had done to Kennedy, he said, I stayed in contact with them. They think I hate JFK. And I'm there to try to save his life.
Okay, sorry, explain to me again. I'm having a little trouble following this
Okay,
perfectly. So he wanted to join the protection team for the president on the route in Dallas.
That's the Oswald, yes.
Oswald did, right. And then he simultaneously said that I know they're going to kill me.
He
Who's going to kill him and why?
He did because he had to stay in the Texas School Book Depository, not leave, get out of there or something like that. He knew a team was going to come in there, at least want somebody to come in there and shoot. And he's supposed to let them in. He's going to make sure that they can get in, that kind of thing. Now, Lee had access, to find at least to all the floors as a order to take, and except for 6th floor, I know we could go up on 5th floor. And the shooter was, one shooter was situated there. We know that Bird bought the place just a few months earlier. Bird was good friends with LBJ, who was, they call him Drywell Bird or something like that. Levi Bird, he owned that and then refurbished it. The so-called Sniper's Nest was never built by the Oswald. That is a lie. The people working can put that up so they can hide behind it and take a smoke and take a break, And we tried to say that's where the shots came from. The Bird takes a window jam out from a different window at the other end of the building. And they said, you took the wrong one, so then they took the other one. They block that off, so you can't really try to make the shot yourself. It gets it. And if the young tried to do it, they had to move the boxes because it wasn't that would hit the ball and how it would hit a pipe that was there. Jim Mars checked on that. There's a couple others did too. And they found out that there's no way to put the rifle to make the shot because it would hit this pipe. So the Texas School Book Depository moved the pipe up 18 inches. They moved all the boxes, still couldn't make the shot. So it's in my book, and it's in the Warren Commission's 26 volumes. They realized you can't make the shot from here to shore. So they built a tower